I'm going to call to order the Thursday, June 4th, 2026 meeting of the City Council Finance Committee. I'll call the roll. Councilor Brown?
Here.
Mayor Champlin's here. Councilor Davey?
Present.
Councilor Fennessy?
Present.
Councilor Foote?
Present.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
Here.
Councilor Horn?
Here.
Councilor Caleb?
Here.
Councilor Keach is delayed. Councilor Kretovic?
Here.
Councilor Kurtz?
Present.
Councilor Schlosser?
Here.
Councilor Schultz?
Here.
Councilor Sekou is delayed. Councilor Todd? Here. Quorum? I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Your Honor, may we hold off? I have not had an opportunity to review them since they've come out. May we delay it until next week?
Sure, Councilor.
Very much.
Has everybody else had a chance to look at them?
Yes. I wanted to delay the minutes, approve the
Right.
minutes. I haven't.
Councilor, everyone else has had a chance to look at them, so I'll have a motion, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No?
All right, ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Just for the benefit of the public, first of all, I mentioned, since we have a lot of people there, if you have difficulty hearing tonight's proceedings, there are headphones that are available from the Concrete TV cabinet in the back, where Michael is waving his hand. Just go back there, he can fit you out with them, and they'll assist you. Tonight, we have, in this last phase of our budget deliberations, we have a two-phase process. The first is, right now, the City Council is meeting as a committee of the whole, and we are meeting as the Finance Committee. We will have a work session on the proposed budget, make any changes that are agreed upon, and then once that process is completed, we will adjourn, probably while staff makes any adjustments to the budget documents that are required, and we will reconvene as the City Council for a meeting of the City Council, and the meeting of the City Council will be divided into a public hearing phase and then a public hearing action phase, as most of our meetings are. Councilor Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we could do something different this time to allow, because we don't know how long this process will take, if we could set a time that if it's getting late, I don't know, like a 7:30, 8, I don't know, to allow folks who wanted to give a public testimony to do so then, and then we finish our work session. And then I suppose if someone wanted to add something in a new piece of testimony based on stuff I've heard, maybe they would be given a chance to speak then too, I don't know. But at least to set a time so that folks don't feel like they're waiting until, I don't know, what was it last year, 11 p.m.?
Well, if we do our work with alacrity, there won't be an 11 p.m. public hearing. However, alas, no, because the public hearing is part of the City Council meeting, Councilor, not the Finance Committee meeting.
No, I understand that.
Right.
Can we not do both?
Sorry.
Can we not do both?
I've just heard a mention of being here till 11 a.m., 11 p.m. rather.
No, that was a reference to last year.
I understand that, and as the presiding officer, my intention is to try to get us through this process, which is often difficult, as quickly and as constructively as possible.
Okay.
All right. Very well. Let's see where that brings us. All right. The city budget is before the council. We have heard presentations by staff. We are now open to discussion about any changes to the proposed budget. Councilor Horn, do you have any changes?
I did not raise my hand, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Councilor Todd.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So I just want to start off with a basic that we know what we're looking at right now. What we're reviewing is any cuts that we can make to the proposed tax increase, which, as we know, is 5.5%. So just as a starting point, I want to point out that if wages and benefits somehow magically had not increased at all, then I believe the city manager would have come to us with a proposed tax increase of 2.14%. Okay? He came to us with 5.5. would have been 2.14, but the difference is those increases in the wages and benefits to employees. So in other words, 3.36% of that 5.5% is wages and fringe benefits. And those are increases based on our contractual obligations and increases in costs. And so the total of that number is $4.1 million. That's what we're looking at as kind of, dollars that are pretty much, we're committed to spending those dollars one way or the other, 4.1 million. Why is that amount so high? Well, if we're looking at, like, say, for example, police and fire, I think that we had gone through a lot of discussions within this group as council, where we recognized that there were certain issues related to hiring and retention. And I think that we attempted to alleviate those issues by coming up with a contract that would lean in the direction of being able to make improvements in that direction. So this is where we are. So let's look at another portion of the budget. It's debt service. So those costs actually are a lot less. That is 1.96% of the 5.5% increase. That's debt service costs are all the debt service on the projects that we bond and so forth. And that's 2.4 million. So again, 4.1 million for the wage and fringe increases, 2.4 million for the debt service and the bonds. So those combined items is 5.32% of the 5.5% tax increase. So when we look at what we're being asked to do to find additional savings, you can see that it's kind of challenging, to say the least. If we wanted to get to a 0% tax increase, we'd need to cut $3,132,690 from the budget. That would be to get to 0%. But let's just see how far we can go. So I have a proposal, and what I want to do is hand this out because I think it will help you to kind of follow along. Excuse me a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you have in front of you are some proposals that I have that we can discuss. So the first proposal is I propose freezing 6 employee positions as listed in the municipal vacancy report, and that report was provided in the May 18th meeting materials. So for those of you at home or otherwise who want to follow along, you'll find that report in there. That was provided at Councilor Keach's request. So the freezing of positions that I'm going to propose excludes police and fire positions. So I'm only going to look at positions other than that. And the ones that I'm proposing to freeze are in finance, municipal customer service rep, that's $38,000. General services, maintenance and flex tech position at $74,000. Parks and Rec guest services associate part-time at $26,000. Parks and Rec guest services associate part-time at $23,000. Parks and Rec custodian part-time $10,000, and Parks and Rec guest service associate part-time $14,000. So that's a savings of $187,952.92. It would equal a 0.33% reduction, and it would bring our tax rate increase to 5.17%. So the impact on a property that's valued at $400,000 would be a reduction of $13.44 annually, and that's a reduction. So we proposed 224 increase. So now the increase would be $210.56 if we were to enact those changes. I'll note that I did not propose excluding some other positions, mainly because they are not funded from the general fund and they wouldn't have an impact on the tax rate. So those positions, and there's another reason for one of them, but those positions are general services, laborer, truck driver, shared, which is $21,000. I'm excluding that because I think the amount of savings that we would have would really not lower the tax rate enough to justify removal of the position, because the position is also a backup for snow removal operations emergencies. And you may recall that a couple of years ago we had some real issues with several people at once resigning, and I think Pennacook had some specific issues in terms of coverage. So I view this as kind of a backup so that we don't run into a situation like that in the future. So I think that it's worthwhile keeping that position. We also have 2 parking officer and equipment technicians, But the funds for those positions come from the parking fund. So removing those will actually not lower the tax rate. The final position is a wastewater general services laborer truck driver position, a shared position at $64,000. I'm going to exclude that also because that position, as I understand, is funded entirely from the wastewater. And additionally, that truck driver also is a shared position as a plow driver for winter operations as needed. That's part one of my proposal. Part two is I also propose eliminating bagged leaf pickup service. The total cost for the citywide spring and fall leaf pickup service, including labor hours and equipment and everything thrown in there, is actually $380,000. The problem is that of that amount, $217,000 is actually 6 weeks of highway and utilities division labor. So if we were to eliminate leaf pickup, that doesn't mean laying off those employees for 6 weeks without pay. Those employees would be repurposed for another reason. So we don't really see a cost savings there on the $217,000. We also, and these numbers are kind of approximate, so don't, but it's close enough to give us a sense, I think. And then there are some additional costs for maintenance, labor, parts, fuel for the vehicles. And then there's also some costs of straight line depreciation for the 6-wheel dump truck and for the 4 leaf loaders. So those costs really, I think, are not something that we're really going to see, the public would really see a direct benefit of in terms of reduction in tax rate. However, there are components of the program that do have a direct impact that could be removed, and that is $33,075 for 3 weeks of fall bagged curbside collection. Casella does that for us. And then $66,150 for 6 weeks of spring curbside bagged leaf collection, again, done by Casella. If the bagged leaf was eliminated entirely, it would be a reduction of $99,225. That's a 0.17% reduction, and that would bring the tax rate increase to 5.33%, just if we did that in and of itself. And again, the impact on that would be a reduction of $6.92 annually on a $400,000 valued property. So we're talking about reducing the current $224 amount that's proposed to $217. The other option is that we could reduce bagged service in the spring from 6 weeks to 3 weeks. So basically then you'd just be cutting those cost savings in half. You'd be talking about $33,075, and that would be a reduction of $3.46 annually to your tax rate, tax bill. So if we add up the total, if we wanted to go ahead and do the complete removal of bagged leaf pickup and do the recommended higher freezes, we would have a total of savings of $287,177.92. That's a 0.5% reduction. So that would bring the tax rate increase to 5%, from 5.5 to 5%. And the impact on a property valued at $400,000 would be a reduction of $20.36 annually, from the proposed $224 increase. So now your tax bill increase, again, on a $400,000 property would be $203.64, so $204. I will note that in terms of the bag leaf pickup, councilors may recall that several years ago we examined this, and the reason that we wanted to have a bagged leaf component to the program is because of the unpredictability of the weather. So you would have a situation where snow would come early. People would put their leaves out, snow would come early, and then those leaves might just not be able to be picked up. So they kind of remain there. So the bagged collection was an option for residents, if that were the situation, to be able to bag them up and have them removed. So again, totally removing that, we can do that, but those situations will still occur because we obviously have no control over the weather year to year. And I think there were actually a couple of years in a row where that circumstance happened, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just another consideration in terms of total removal of the bag pickup program. If I could go on, Your Honor.
you may.
Thank you.
Oh, Counselor, since you paused there, let me just.
Yes.
One thing I did want to mention is, I'd like to consider changes to the general fund first, and then move on to changes in the CIP, just to keep them separated so that we're talking about apples and apples.
Thank you. Okay, so let me continue then. So the other option then, if we wanted to get further reductions tonight, that really means, I think, oh, Mr. LeBrun has a,
We just need a copy.
oh, I'm sorry.
Can we also get one so that people can see on the screen?
That's a great idea.
At home and in the audience?
Do we have it in a format that could be
Yeah,
put
we
on
can
the?
just hand
concealed?
it.
It's
Can
just what-
scan it and send it
What
to
Mr.
somebody
LeBrun
on
has, yeah,
my phone.
yeah.
We didn't set ourselves up to do that.
I think we should.
Wanna take a break? Are we gonna have to take a break? We'll have to take a break to do that.
Fine with that. I think for transparency.
Anybody
reasons.
ever drive?
Fine, all right, let's take a break and set it up, thank you.
Anybody with
We're
a
in a brief recess.
Oh, we're on break, my apologies.
Maybe.
It was my first thought.
Okay.
I know.
Oh, I called Judith.
Counselor Todd, play through.
Thank you, Your Honor. And once again, my sincere apologies for not preparing better in advance and holding up this meeting. I'm very sorry about that, and I will absolutely try to avoid that kind of circumstance in the future. So up here on the screen, you can see, and now all members of the public can see, which is very appropriate, the suggestions that I recommended. So those positions that I read off and the councilors have before them are the ones that I would propose to eliminate. Basically, everything that's on that sheet is what I said during my discussion a moment ago. So that's the savings that we're looking at. And then for the employees. And then, Mr. LeBrun, if you wouldn't mind scrolling down a little bit. Thank you. The bag leaf pickup service is outlined in the next section. So again, that's $33,075 for 3 weeks of fall curbside and $66,150 for 6 weeks of bagged leaf collection in the spring. The total savings number is down there. And then again, my note at the bottom of that section is that the other option would certainly be to reduce bag service from in the spring from 6 weeks to 3 weeks. And then obviously what you do is you just cut those numbers that are listed above in half, and those are the savings. And so that would be a reduction of $3.46 annually. And then scroll down a little bit further, Mr. LeBrun, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So that's, again, the summation of those two is the last piece of this, which is if you wanted to go ahead and decide to do both those things fully as I laid out, that would be the impact. Basically, you were talking about a 0.5% reduction in taxes, and so you'd be talking about reducing taxes on a $400,000 property by $20.36. That would mean that taxpayers would still expect an increase of, $204 approximately. So this is where we are now. Just thank you for the opportunity to reiterate that so that the public can now kind of follow along a little bit better, having it up on the screen. The other portion of this, if I can continue, is if we wanted to get further reductions tonight, that would mean cutting positions, and that's current positions. So what we looked at here are the vacant positions that I recommend cutting. Now we could look at cutting current positions.
Counselor, clarification, are you saying cutting or freezing?
Well, it could be either one. It could be, this is a freeze, basically, for now, because we don't need to really do anything further than this because they are not currently employed people in those positions, so it would be just a freeze. Thank you for the clarification, yes. What I would now be talking about basically would be eliminating positions that currently exist within the city government. So just a kind of a note for folks, again, to follow along. If we wanted to get a 1% reduction in taxes, that's $569,580. We would probably need to cut 5 current full-time positions with gross earnings, that's salaries and benefits, of more than $100,000 each. So if you wanted to get a full 5% reduction and bring us all the way down to 0% tax increase, you'd likely need to cut then at least 20 positions. That means current positions in the city right now would have to be eliminated. When I looked at the February, that was released in February 2026, I believe, Mr. LeBrun can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had the current wage and benefits chart that was released for all city employees. And I looked through that, and from my count, there are about 315 city positions that are either in police, fire, or they are administrative, departmental, or supervisory leads. And so the thought was that I was not interested in touching police and fire. I've been talking for many years about what I call the core 4, which is the 4 items in the budget that I believe most directly affect residents' quality of life, and that's fire, police, general services, because they take care of our roads and our plowing, and then debt service on the projects that we bonded because we don't want to be defaulting on our obligations of bonds. And so in looking at these positions, I've eliminated police and fire, those supervisory leads, also because if we were to remove them, we would most likely have to replace them. I mean, I don't think the department can properly function without a leader of that department. To remove, other positions, really, we're probably going to need more than 20 then. I mean, that 20 is just a really rough number based on being able to eliminate those positions that have the highest salaries. But oftentimes, those are the people that I just spoke of, the people in fire, police, or that are department leads that have those kinds of salaries. So likely, we'd be talking about removing more than 20 because we'd have to look for the lower salaries to get that number to add up to that full, again, 5% reduction if we were looking to get it down to 0%. The other possibility would be to ask our city manager to have the departments take a look and see if each department could come up with an additional 1% cut from their operational costs. But the problem I see with that proposal is that that will not allow us to decide on the budget tonight. I would anticipate that that would take some further review on our part and also on the city manager's part, and then additional staff time to review their budgets and try to find those kinds of savings. So if we are interested in passing a budget tonight, that would not be an option. And I think that that option also deserves further discussion along with the option of eliminating current positions. That is all that I have right now on sticking to Your Honor's rules about just covering the general services portion of the budget. I mean, general fund portion. Thank you.
General fund, thank you. Questions for Councilor Todd or discussion? Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do we know, are we under any obligation with Casella for contractually for bag pickup going forward?
I would want to refer to someone from staff to give us that answer if we could. They could help us explain it a little more in detail than I could.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of council. John Conforti, City Solicitor.
Adam Clark, General Services.
We did anticipate that this might come up, so we are under contract with Casella. The bag leave pickup is a part of the contract. However, there is a non-appropriation clause, so if there's a determination by council that they're not going to fund this portion of the contract, we feel that we will be able to exercise that clause with Casella with regard to this portion of the service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Yes, Councilor Todd, I really appreciate how thoughtful you were with all of this. Thank you for that and going through the numbers and coming up with ways of still having the service but limiting it a little. I also respect that, having departments look at their own staff and where we can cut. And I just was looking at information that just came in today with Councilor Foote, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I think we shouldn't try to rush this budget because we're looking at revaluation, we're looking at a lot of issues. I would absolutely support allowing staff time to review, make recommendations to get to that 1%, and then come back later, at a later date.
May I speak to that? Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it. And I would think also what might be helpful for us in that process would be if we could get the city manager or other staff members here tonight to perhaps provide their opinion and comment on that too. Would that be something that would even be feasible? Because this is just something that is an idea and a concept, and I don't know if it really has legs or not. So, yeah, thank you.
Councilor Secco.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to build on what you asked for a question earlier, because you said we have to eliminate. Eliminate means that people that are already in the city, that it's our obligation, because, of course, when I say obligation in this sense, they are part of the city, they work for the city. Are you talking about those people, or are you talking about what we propose for budget? Because if we eliminate those positions, that I don't know what those will be, and then we are looking at the position that we don't have any obligation on because we didn't hire anybody. I just want to hear your thoughts about that.
May I respond? Thank you. Yes, I think that there are some complications with this proposal, and that's why I did not go into further detail at this juncture. I think that one of the things that I hear you saying is, what are the ramifications, for example, if we were to eliminate a certain position from a certain department? We can sit here and make that decision, but then that department's going to have to deal with those consequences, whatever they are. And in some instances, I could imagine that the consequences would be either, well, let's just take one example, and I don't want to pick on anybody, but I'll just pick Parks and Rec because in my thought process, I have, let's say we eliminate some Parks and Rec staff. Okay, so we've saved some dollars for the taxpayers. That's a good thing. Then the negative part might be, well, those staff members that have been eliminated might actually run programs for the city. So we might also have to eliminate programs in Parks and Rec because we wouldn't have the staff. Is that kind of get to some of what you were asking about? If I could ask that
Just a
question.
follow-up. Yes, it does, because if you eliminate position, you eliminate programs that already existed, right? That's one. But secondly, if you eliminate positions that already existed, that the city are used to, that has maybe no impact yet on the 5.5 that we have, and then we say, okay, we have, I don't know, 7 in one department, 4 in another department, 3 in another department, because I don't know what the goal would be, but the things that we are listing here have a very little impact if we want to reduce that tax rate of the 5.5. And if we have, like you said, eliminate programs, eliminate people, and then we hire for other departments to either overstaff them or staff them, whatever it is, I just want to know what that would be and that consequences. Because it's one thing to say we are not hiring anybody this year, but we are going to maintain what we have. And it's another thing to say we are going to eliminate people and eliminate program, but then we will hire for other departments because we think they are important.
I speak to that too. Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate those comments. And in fact, even if we look at one of the recommendations that I made on the vacant positions, that was the thought process that I had, what you just said. So for example, I did not recommend removing the General Services Labor Truck shared position, again, because the costs of that position are shared only partly by general fund expense. And again, that position is for backup snow removal operations. So it's that same kind of thinking that I think you're expressing here that I did have in this process. And the reason that I'm bringing up these options is, in my view, and I certainly welcome the input from everyone else around the table here who may have much better ideas or other concepts of what we could do, but I didn't see any other way to reduce the tax rate further. So when we talked initially about how, and during the course of these Finance Committee meetings, when I kept breaking away to kind of give us a rundown and a total and those kinds of things that I was doing, I was trying to illustrate the fact that, not that I was in favor of anything one way or the other, but simply just to give an accounting of the situation that we're in, which is a very tight budget.
I'm going to recognize Councilor Grady Sexton, but before I do, I'd just like to say there seem to be 3 components to Councilor Todd's proposal. There is the freezing of positions, there is the elimination of bag pickup, and then there's this general discussion we've had about reductions in staff, in current staff. After Councilor Grady Sexton speaks, what I would entertain is focus on each of those first 2 and see if there is consensus or if there's appetite for those 2 steps so that we can kind of make some progress, and then we can talk in more detail about the idea of eliminating staff positions, current positions. Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree that makes sense, and thank you, Councilor Todd, for sort of kicking us off and making some significant amendments in terms of getting us to where I think many of us would like to be. My question is for the city manager. Mr. Spell, last year when we sat around this table, I started out by recommending that we look at having a 0% increase and doing so by having a back of the budget cut. We ultimately didn't go that far in terms of a cut, but we did end up making a laundry list of small changes and then ultimately asking you to make a back of the budget cut. In anticipation of this meeting tonight, have you prepared or thought about doing something similar, or have you asked your agency heads to think about what their their budget would look like if you had a 1% cut or a 2% cut per agency, or even larger, getting to an overall budget that was not, or request of having a back of the budget cut that was not specific to departments, and just what it might look like if we came to you and said, what would it look like if we wanted a 2% increase, for instance?
So I've taken a look at two perspectives. One is by departmental reductions for each department. In some positions, as you can imagine, some departments have really just staff. They're primarily staff, so they would go right to a person, and they only have a few staff. So it'd be, and you can't take a quarter of a full-time person. You take the whole person. So there's a number of those, but also look at staff-related items that would be something we could do without, a service we could do. I'll give you an example. We have a wellness program that we have provided for employees as far as keeping their health insurance costs, attempting to keep the health insurance costs down. We've been able to negotiate we think our relationship with our private insurance company, we've been able to negotiate dollars where maybe we can save some dollars there and use their dollars instead of our dollars. It's $5,000, but you have to go, like you said, you go through department like that. But then there's also things that are non-departmental, bigger numbers, depending on where you want to go to. So I don't know how deep you want to go on that. So yes, if you want to look at stuff, I can look at stuff, but I don't know what is your priorities. I don't know what's important to you and what is not important to you. I remember the conversation we had about leaves several years ago, and leaves were a vital service that this community really, really needed. People poured out and said, we need that leaf pickup. And I was like, okay. But the council was like, okay, we're going to have to keep that leaf pickup. Maybe it's not as important anymore when your taxes are what they are. But so does that. Could I suggest, and I don't want to take you off track, but could I suggest, I have staff here, and we've looked at all these positions and ready to answer questions if you want the community to understand what does it take to make the reductions that Councilor Todd is talking about. What does that mean to providing city services? Once you hear that, you may say, that's not something we want to live with, or that's great, let's keep going. So I can go either way, but we're ready to prepare, and we can go through department by department too if you want.
Let's have a motion on that first part of Councilor Todd's proposal, which is the freeze of employees, and then we can have staff come up. Move approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, now, would you ask staff to come up?
If I could, I'd suggest, why don't we just go right down the list? The first one is finance, municipal services, customer rep, and we can talk about what that means.
Thank you. Sure. Welcome, Mr. McBride.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So this is a part-time position that we have in the collections office, who has a relatively regular schedule, but also fills in when somebody is out either sick, or if they have on vacation, or if they have other types of leaves, which we have from time to time. And this person, basically, if we do not have this person able to fill in, like right now we also have a vacancy here, and we have another person who is out on a 3-month leave. So that leaves the rest of the staff short at the windows. This past few days, the first of the month, you can see that there are long lines in the building, people coming in registering their cars. Next month, it's going to be people paying their tax bill and registering their cars. So what you end up having is fewer people on the window in order to manage all of the customers coming in. The back office staff comes up and they help out on the window as much as they can, but it still leaves us short. In this case, we would be short a position and a half because somebody is out on leave, and that part-time person is not there. So you're going to have longer lines, and you'll have maybe people commenting about the lines and taking much longer in order to get their business done when they go to the collections office. So, we work hard to try to make sure that we can process people through as quickly as possible, but when you reduce staff, you end up having those situations where you're just not able to process people as quickly as you'd like to.
Thank you. Mr. LeBrun, this position is probably an hourly position that we're looking at?
This is an hourly position.
And
yes.
they are filling in for somebody that is hourly or salary?
They fill in for other hourly positions, so
So this could potentially increase overtime expenses.
it's probably, the office hours aren't open longer for it. So, I mean, at least I wouldn't anticipate they would be open longer for it. So I don't know that we would end up having more overtime for it, but it would certainly make the wait longer for customers coming in. And if that's, if that's okay, then, that could be something that we could do.
Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, I just have a question, because in the budget, I know the golf fund falls under finance, but when we look at human resources, labor, employee earnings, they're listed as Parks and Recreation Golf. In this situation, do they fall under finance, or are they falling under recreation?
I'm sorry, are we talking about the golf course, recreation, or
We're
the
talking
collections
about this,
office?
we're talking about this position.
About finance positions.
I can understand Mr. LeBrun's confusion, Councilor.
Mine too.
There's really no, I'm not confused.
So they're listed under finance in the budget, but they're listed under Parks and Rec, under human
This
resources.
position is listed under Parks and Rec.
Okay, so.
Is this, are you asking?
This position is listed under finance.
Is under
All right,
finance. I'm just not sure.
We're not on the golf course yet, Councilor. I know you're eager to get there.
I'm trying to be clear about what the
Well,
positions
it's
are.
pretty clear to me. Councilor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. LeBrun, for taking the time. This is a general comment, not specific to this position, but we could hear from all of our wonderful staff to tell us what removing these positions would look like in the day-to-day. Undoubtedly, longer lines, greater burden on the existing staff. I don't know that it is worth this council's time to hear that. Our decision is either that we are cutting services and positions and reducing the tax rate, and then the community is, as we all will, as members of the community, is living with what that means, or we are funding these positions. It is my assumption that, acting in good faith, no one on staff has listed a position that they believe to not be important to their department. So I guess I would take the temperature of this council and say, are we doing this? Or are we not? Because what will happen is, if we decide to keep one $23,000 position and keep a $74,000 position, we will be in the same exact situation we were in last year, where we have spent hours going over pennies to get a tax rate reduction that the community will not find satisfactory and will continue to be angry with us for, as well as being disappointed in cutting services. So I think we need to do what people are asking us to do, which is move forward on austerity measures and ask the community to live with what that feels like for a year, and then come back to us.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
No, I would absolutely agree. And I personally believe, I think this is my 16th budget, and I believe that we have a manager and we have department heads, and then we are the governing body, and we are not here to talk about whether or not a lawnmower can be used, or question a staff member about, could this lawnmower be used on both the golf course and in a graveyard? Like, that's not why I feel like I'm here today, and I don't think that's the best use of my time or anybody else's, and I think it's insulting to staff to do that. I think that we do need to make a decision if we are going to make the cuts that all of us have been hearing that the public wants, that we know where that's going to come from. It's going to come from these big areas. And so if we want to cut and freeze things, I think we just should give some parameters to the manager about how to do that. And to say that we, A, don't want to impact public safety, and B, to say that we want to minimize the impact on service delivery, and then to allow the manager and his department heads to determine how best to do that and to manage.
Councilor Schultz, did you have your hand up?
I did, but she actually said a lot of what I was thinking.
Councilor Radovic.
Thank you. I would 100% agree with that, Councilor Kurtz, and also Councilor Grady Sexton. I don't think it's our job to nitpick through this, and of course I've nitpicked through everything every single night. I mean, I want to put that in a qualifying statement. With regards to public safety, Mr. City Manager, this is a question for you, maybe for Mr. LeBrun as well. We don't have a current police chief, and we do have 3 deputy chiefs. Do we think it would be wise to perhaps take out one of the deputy chief of police roles now and let the new police chief come to us and say, I need that third deputy police chief. So at least there is, I think current is right around 145,000. I don't believe that's all in. So that it is a decision that you and your new chief make together that we can also all live with at the table, that does also look at some flexibility in the police department. The only reason I hesitate to even say that out loud is it's not an overtime position, and I'm highly concerned about overtime in police and fire because they are an extraordinary part of our finance picture altogether. That's my thought. I'd like your input, or Councilor Grady Sexton for sure.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Councilor. I think that just for the public that might not have the same degree of context, we did not always have 3 deputy chiefs. We currently do. One of those is a vacant position, and that deputy chief is now the acting police chief. And so I think it's very, very important to me that any changes that we make do not touch the fire and police departments, but with the exception of that, I think that that would be something that would be feasible. We know there's already an open lieutenant position that can be filled, that I would not want any freezes to either of those departments. I want to be very clear about that. But I do think that that deputy position, we could eliminate that or not fund that this current year and allow the hiring process to play out to determine whether or not we actually need that. And again, we used to have 2 deputy chiefs, so I feel like as long as we fill that lieutenant position, we may be able to absorb it.
I can say I have concerns over that because right now we have 3 deputy chiefs. One is acting as the interim chief. You know, I mean, when we hire an interim chief, when we hire a full-time chief, that'll leave, you know, who's the person, you know, who gets bumped in the musical chairs. I'd like to hear what the city manager has to say.
Sure. So the process that I've taken, which is different than you see in a lot of particularly school districts, is I actually do a search for these major positions instead of just pointing people who I like our people to compete against the best in the country. And so if you look at department head positions, you'll notice that half of them roughly are from outside the organization, half of them from inside. So I would do the same with the police chief position, and if we end up with a police chief from the outside who is just can't go without, that person would take the position, and then there'd be somebody who's currently has a job won't have a job anymore. I can't put it any different than that.
We could revisit it though.
And, if you wanted to add a position, right, you could revisit, sure, absolutely. Yeah, as the council, I'd come to you before that, obviously, but because that would be eliminating a job. So,
Councilor Foote.
Thank you, Your Honor. Great work and conversation that we're having this evening. I thought the comments by Councilors Sexton and Kretovic were exactly the train of thought that I was on. Is if you look through the vacancies that we have here, you know, by the time the manager goes through his process, we're going to be in January before that new selection is made, I'm going to guess, because he's going through a national search. So if you start doing the hierarchy down, we could delay and have the chief's position be funded for half a year, and then the others could be delayed even further as we go through that hiring process we just spoke about. So I think we're on the right track, and I think that's a good suggestion for the city manager to try to regulate and make work.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there's an aspect of this process I just want a little clarity on, because obviously we're not doing it quite the same way we did a year ago, which is probably better for everybody. But we are now looking sort of granular in a very minute way at these items, and it sounds like we're now on a path to debating each of the things again. And I'm sure we all could come up with our thoughts and ideas, and somewhat we're doing this in a vacuum. I agree with you, Councilor Grady Sexton, that the staff who is looking at and understands purchasing of a Jeep, for example, for the parking division, that was an example that was raised. You know, in theory, it does sound great. Oh, we could just buy a brand-new Jeep at whatever auto dealer for $40K or whatever, and it would be great. But I understand it's much more complicated, and there's a whole professional process that interests me, but I don't know it. So I'm wondering if it would be helpful to me as a way to not gum up the works, if I could get an understanding of, are we going to do a sort of round robin of everybody's list, and then each thing will be voted on separately? Like what, I just want a sense of what you were thinking from us, because this isn't technically an agenda where we're like, we know we do this, and then we do this. Just the way I think my brain works, and maybe it's not just me, to just get an understanding of what your thinking is.
What I'd like to do, Counselor, is to hear the ideas around the table. When an idea comes up, for example, the proposals that Counselor Todd has presented, have a motion, minimal discussion, I hope, and then, take a vote on that, and compile a list of changes to the manager's proposed budget, that have support of the council. Then I would ask the staff to go and to basically compile that list, present it back to us, say this is what you wanted, and then take a final vote as the Finance Committee.
I do want to ask a question.
And then once the Finance Committee approves that, we'll recess, staff will put together the final documents, and we'll come back as City Council. Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that sounds great. I think the only concern I have with that, and again, with asking now with the eagerness to not come up the works this time, is that there's an aspect of all of these conversations. I mean, it's just going to be about what was presented and our thoughts about what was presented, but I feel like there are a couple bigger pieces that maybe don't fit neatly into that discussion and yet have a major impact. And it's harder to explain, but let me try and have a second with the hopes that this saves us time and doesn't send us off a tangent. We know the valuations aren't finished yet, and we know that based on the projections of change and what sales are happening to property on the whole. You may have read the op-ed. You could look at the list that we listed in that op-ed. I only raised that not to be divisive, but to say we all, I think, saw that report and accepted it. I would feel better about coming up with a percentage or coming up with these items if I also knew in an amending way that we will have a real strategy for how to address that. If we know someone cannot, beyond what is the typical, yes, we know if you qualify for this variance or this exemption, like if you're a veteran, there's now a new veterans exemption from property taxes. But what if someone, even with those things, is struggling? I would feel better knowing the looming economic threats and feel more comfortable about my budget vote if I also knew we had a commitment to that in a concrete way. I don't know that I'm the one to propose the solution, but I do think that that's something that we could come to in a common way. If we could say that, yes, we'll make this budget vote and we will act on these concerns soon thereafter at a forthcoming meeting or in some way, shape, or form. Is that clear, my recommendation?
So. I think so. Councilor Kurtz.
I was going to, with deep gratitude for all of Councilor Todd's work, suggest that we vote on this. I would like to call the question.
I would second that.
All right. The question has been called. Has a 2/3 majority vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
To do that before.
Aye. Opposed, no? All right. We'll now move to the vote on Councilor Todd's proposed freeze.
Move approval.
Well, it's already moved and seconded. All right. So the question is, does the Finance Committee want to include the first part of his proposal, which is to freeze hiring those positions on the list to our finalized budget? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I have it. All right. Do I have a further motion? Councilor Kretovic.
A motion to accept eliminating the bag leaf pickup service.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? Councilor Kretovic.
Yes. The fall curbside bag collection, given that that is only $33,075, I do think that as a council, that is something that the city manager could advise us on in September to see if it was something we wanted to add back in. If it was necessary, that's why I'm supporting this. I think there's plenty of time that if we did find ways to cover the cost of this through other consolidations of costs, that we could pick this up at a later time.
Council Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, Todd, you'll hear a lot of thank yous today because you did a great job of coming up with this. But when I did the math, everything listed here, am I correct? We are only saving 1%, Todd?
Excuse me, can I answer that?
Yes, you may.
So what is your question? again?
My question is, when I did the math here, because I see what we just voted on, it's 0.33. Is that correct?
That's, yeah, that would be correct, I believe.
Thank you.
My math is right.
The second one that I see is 0.17.
That's right. That's what we're talking, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Me.
You may respond.
No, I just want to bring people to
Follow-up?
speed. Thank you, Your Honor, yes. Because I think it's very important for us to know that when we go through this and we forget what was just said, the impact about the closing of the police department chief now, how much we will save, is really very important for us to know. 0.33, 0.17, and 0.50 save us the 1%.
Councilor Todd.
Yeah, so I tried to lay this out in a clear way, but, you know, it's only as good as I could do. So in other words, we have two items right now. We just approved the first one, which would be
He did
the
a sum
point,
here.
the 0.33% reduction. So we're already there. So folks out there in the audience, hooray, you know, you're already getting a little bit of a reduction in costs. It's not a lot of dollars, but that's what it is. The next portion that we're talking about now would be a 0.17% reduction. So if we end up doing that as well, and I believe Councilor Kretovic just moved that we do that, then the total reduction that we're talking about for these two items is 0.5.
0.5.
Right. That's as far as we go with that portion.
Let me just say, we have a motion on the table. All right, let's focus on the motion on the table, which is the bag leaf collection. And then I would suggest that we move on to the issue of, do we want to direct the city manager to make a percentage austerity reduction with specific parameters in terms of what, in policy terms, this council wants to focus on, okay? Is there any further discussion on the bag leaf issue? Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. The vote that we just took on the freezing of the vacant positions, I felt comfortable with that because my feeling was that although we started to get into discussion about there's going to be longer lines, there's going to be reduction in service, my thought was, well, that's what people knew that when they were contacting me saying, you've got to reduce the costs.
Yep.
I'll wait in a longer line. I don't want to pay so much. That's the message I got. So I assume that that's why we're moving forward on that. Just a note on the bagged leaf pickup is that that's a little different because it's a service, it's amenity that people are getting right now, and so I just want to point out that folks are going to have to make an adjustment if we do this, and we really haven't had a chance for folks to weigh in on this yet in terms of what their thoughts are, but that was why I had that other option available that you could, you know, just eliminate some of the weeks, right, in the spring pickup, and make it 3 instead of 6. Right? But if my understanding is that the discussion that if in fact we find dollars later on and we feel it's an important thing to add back into the budget, we could do it at that time. So I'll be supporting Councilor Kretovic's motion.
Are we ready for the motion?
Well, may I-
Ready for the vote?
Yes.
Councilor
I just want to clarify. So we're talking about eliminating all bagged leaf pickup in the fall, and are we talking about eliminating all 6 weeks in the spring? Yes.
You may respond. That's what it is.
Okay. I'd like to make an amendment that
Want to move an amendment, Councilor?
Move an amendment that we do 3 weeks in the spring, so it is not as jarring to people. but
All right,
still.
is there a second? All right, the motion fails for a lack of a second. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Is there a motion relative to Council Fennessy?
I'd like to make a motion on the suggestion from Councilor Kretovic with respect to funding of the deputy police chief position, sorry. I think that given where we are right now, where we have a national search coming up, and we've managed to get through at least the first 5 months of the year with two deputies and an acting chief, and the fact that historically that's what we've done, I do think in this circumstance it's appropriate, although I agree, thank you very much, Councilor Todd and Councilor Grady Sexton. I'm not interested in cutting police on the street or, fire, because I think we're struggling with that, but this is one of those places where in times of needing to cut back, this is a potential luxury that I think we can, cut for now, and if we find from an operational standpoint that we really need to add back in, then the city manager can come back to us.
Was there a second? That was a second. Did I have a second?
Yep.
Councilor Schultz, okay. Councilor Curtis.
Thank you. I agree with Councilor Fennessy and those who spoke before him on this point. I would just like to be very clear in directing Mr. City Manager that after the search is complete, should the decision result in a firing of an individual, that he come back to council to discuss that with us prior to that action. That's great.
Any others? I'll make a comment. I will be voting against this, and for this reason. I think that it's absolutely legitimate to look at whether we need 3 deputy chiefs. If we acted in the past without 3 deputy chiefs, that's fine. However, I'm concerned about the situation created with 3 gentlemen who are working, and all are going to be looking over their shoulders during the next X number of months as this search goes on. And I don't know that that's a healthy command situation to have in the police department. And for that reason, I appreciate Council Fennessy's motion. I appreciate the economy and efficiency and cost-cutting aspects of this, but I'm thinking very, very much about the very real impact of this over the next several months on the administration of the police department. So I'll be voting no. Councilor Schlosser.
So I'd like a question maybe for the city manager. So my understanding is that we fund positions with the budget. And if the position is vacant, then we don't spend the money. Correct. And at the end of the fiscal year, there's an accounting of how much money did we appropriate but didn't spend. Correct. And typically in the fall or the winter, it's $1 to $3 million or something. I mean, in my experience, the past couple of years, it's been that. And we identify, though, that surplus, if you will, and appropriate it to reserves, highway reserve, equipment reserve, human reserve, etc. So we know right now we're not going to spend the full year's salary for the chief of police. It's vacant. And so at least half a year, we know we're not going to spend that money. So without even eliminating positions, we're not going to spend the money. And at the end of the year, there's going to be a surplus, presumably, that we would then do something with. Would it be possible for us to bank, in the Veterans Administration, they call that lag, when you can't, there's a lag between when a position is open and when you can fill it, and that's a budgetary savings in a sense. And the VA, they booked it, they estimated it. We estimate we will save half a year of a salary. Could we, but if we don't book it, the taxpayers have to pay for it, we have to appropriate it, and then, only at the end of the year we say, we actually didn't really need that, we didn't spend it, and it's actually beneficial because we put it to good use, we put it to highway reserves or equipment reserves or something like that. So if we were to book that now, at the end of the year, we'd have to say, well, we don't have as much money for highway reserve or something else, so we have to either not fund those reserves or find some other way to fund that. But in the immediate sense, we don't plan on spending at half a year salary for the chief of police. So in some sense, I don't think we have to eliminate the position. We just have to account for a vacancy that we will not spend money on. And I don't know if financially or in a budget sense, that's feasible to think of it in that way.
Like to respond?
Sure. So I think there's two wrinkles to that.
Okay.
Not fatal, but wrinkles. The first part of that is when we do have budget for the lag.
You do?
That
I
is in the
see, I
system.
see.
So, for example, when somebody leaves, particularly somebody at the chief's level who's been here for, I'm trying to remember, 37 years, they have a little bit of a severance package. We don't budget for the severance package, right? So that vacancy, and when you pay for that severance, that vacancy allows you to cover the cost of that severance, right? So, but, that's not 6 months, right? But that's a considerable amount of money. In addition to that, if you look at the police department, you'll notice that, and this is different, we do different in police and fire. Fire, there's so many folks who are person for person, so if you don't actually fill that position, you have to take a piece of equipment down, so we can't really do it there. But in police, they've been very good over, at least since I've been here, they've been very good at managing when they need to have people on the street, when they don't need to have people on the street, and what those costs are. There could be a major event that goes on that just eats up a lot of money that you never budgeted for. You can never tell when that's coming. But we do have, if you look at the total cost of police wages, we do then do a subtraction of $250,000 from that. So I've already made a $250,000 reduction, anticipating that there's that churn, the lag, we call it churn. And so there's going to be vacancies throughout the organization. And then what happens is the department, I'll use police as the example because they do an excellent job at this. What they then try to do is balance the full-time wages and benefits with overtime dollars. So if you remember when I was doing the presentation about police, I pointed out, I'm just doing this from memory, I pointed out that wages and compensation were down $1 million less than actually was budgeted, but overtime was up. So I know the concern for overtime, but if you weren't spending that overtime, you'd have people in the full-time position, and you'd be paying benefits on top of that. Because in the old days, when you and I were young, you didn't mind that because benefits weren't that expensive. Now, benefits are so expensive, you don't mind the overtime as much. It's really the benefit. So could you do that? Could you increase that attrition by a certain number? Yes, you could. And anticipate that there will be a vacancy in the police chief's position for another few months or 6 months. You could do that. But if you do the full 246, that's the chief's position, that's not the deputy's position.
Yeah,
right?
that's the chief.
So, right, so if you did that, then what that would more than likely require is either holding off filling a position as you go through, or knowing that when you filled it, I may have to come back to you at the end of the year and say we need a supplemental appropriation to do that. So there's flexibility, but that's something we can talk about as the year goes on, so you kind of know where we are with certain things. I just wanted you to be aware of that.
Thank you.
Councilor Caleb.
Yes, just a quick question. So among the current police vacancies, are there any others that are non-overtime positions? I think somebody said the position of deputy chief is not an overtime position.
Right, it's not a union position.
Oh, union, I see.
Are we ready for the motion? The motion is to,
Mr. LeBrun.
Mr. LeBrun, please.
There's another wrinkle that I missed?
No,
Oh, okay.
I just.
By the way, I'm going to give you a flare gun, so when you need to.
Hey, that's okay, I appreciate that. So you're taking votes and you're making motions. You're going to want us to come back and tell you what the number is. So I need to know, for the minutes, we need to reflect what the amount is that you're actually voting on. So in this case, if we're voting on half of the budgeted police chief dollar amount, then that would be 100. No. No?
That is not the motion on the table. The motion on the table is to eliminate a deputy chief position.
The whole thing for the whole year, or
The
just
whole
half?
thing. The whole thing.
The whole thing for the whole year? Okay, so you're talking about $205,000. So just the minutes just need to reflect the $205,000.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you keeping us on track there. Right. Are we ready for the motion? Counselor
Your Honor, I'm
Brown.
going to recuse from this.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Counselor Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm really struggling with this. I just think that, you know, we could keep this position vacant and realize some savings. I don't know what the churn time is or the amount, but if we can increase the delay, and then when the new chief is sworn in, allow them to defend themselves of why we need 3 or they don't. And I think delaying the positions through the first of the year, you know, the chief's position, and then filling the others throughout the year until we get down to the staff sergeant that, the sergeant that's vacant, that position. I just think it would be better for the organization, as you said, Mr. Mayor, that we delay making any motions to eliminate positions when we don't know what it looks like. And I think that the churn could be greater than the $250,000 that you identified.
Counselor Todd, and then Counselor Brady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate Counselor Foot's comments because I'm struggling with this as well for the same reasons. And I think that the question really is, do we want to, and I like the concept that Counselor Krivik came up with here and Counselor Fennessy's motion very much. But I think the question is, for the group, do we want to be able to have those savings tonight? Or is this something that we're going to get some savings later on? Excuse me. And would it be all right to just wait and defer? We'll get those savings to later in the year at some point. The other element that is a concern to me is that I would want to know a little bit more about why we previously we had 2 deputy chiefs and now we have 3. So what is the need that's in there? And I think it would be beneficial for us to maybe hear something from the police department to be able to understand a little bit more about what the value is of that 3rd deputy
You're talking about
position.
down the road, not tonight.
Yeah, that's right, exactly, yeah. Thank you.
Counselor Brady Sexton.
I would just urge people to vote for this motion. If we are going to be making a dent in the tax rate, this is $200,000. This is a empty position, and to me, this makes perfect sense. If we have a problem moving forward, post new hiring, we will either come to the manager or the manager will come to us, and we can appropriate the funds needed.
Counselor Krivik.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would say that I'm getting pressure from my constituents that are saying reduce the tax rate. That is exactly what we did on the other positions. And so to say that, nope, we're going to hold this one when it's empty, and it could be empty for half a year. I understand the lag, I understand the churn, but it is $200,000, which is another 0.35% off the tax rate if we take it off now, knowing we might come back later and add it back in.
Counselor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with both councilors. I think it's important that we take action tonight to reduce the tax rate. Going forward, opposite to what you said, Councilor Todd, yeah, let's revisit the issue. Let's revisit the issue mid-year and see if we need to, in fact, add that position back. But I think now's the time to take action. Secondly, we will get a new police chief at some point. I've never met a police chief that didn't want additional staffing, so I would be shocked if they said no to an additional position.
Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
The question is to eliminate a deputy chief position in the police department. Counselor Brown has recused herself. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Oh, well. All right. Counselor Grady Sexton, do you want to address I'm sorry.
Anything, sure.
Go ahead.
Actually, I really don't have any.
Counselor Horn has her hand up. Counselor Horn?
I just had an operational question. Since we're not in city council right now, are these votes we're taking just simple majority?
Yes.
Okay.
The only supermajority for the budget that is required is the capital improvement project.
Yeah, I know.
When we're sitting as city council. So these are simple majorities. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to remove the new library acquisition technician that's in the budget.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to discuss that?
Sure. Again, if we are serious about trying to lower the tax rate, that means we have to remove people, that means we have to remove FTEs. This is a new position that was in the budget. Historically, we've had 4 library technicians. We had 5 in fiscal year 25 and 26. That was reduced back to 4 in this year's budget, but a library acquisition technician was added. My suggestion is that we remove that new position.
Okay. Do you know what the dollar amount is?
I do not.
Mr.
It's,
LeBrun?
I will give you the.
Mr. LeBrun, did
Where are you seeing that?
Okay. Mr. Fabian?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. This was last summer, the position was changed to that title and the position was filled, so there's no vacancy right now with that position.
So what's the?
So it is not a vacant position?
No.
So, Counselor, is your motion still active to
Yes.
eliminate that position?
Yes. And the reason why it's still active is historically we've had 4. We went to 5 library technicians in fiscal year 25 and 26. And my suggestion is we go back to 4 total.
So can I?
Mr. Fabian, would you like to address that?
Sure. So that position is unique. It is the only acquisition technician library position on staff. So there's not 4 others. There are library technicians that do other skills and have other roles. That is the only one for the library. So we had someone who's in that position for decades who retired. Someone came in last summer. We trained them. They're now doing that position. So it's a vital, unique position in our system.
Councilor Brown?
Yes, was this the position that Sharon Bonner had?
Yeah.
Okay, and I know that, follow-up?
Follow-up?
She also was the one who would make sure that
Okay.
when.
Counselor, we shouldn't be talking about individuals. We should
Okay,
be
the
talking
position.
about positions.
Sure, the position, from what I understood, from how I had it described to me, she would find, with donations or whatever, she would find the lowest rate for books sometimes. Is that, could you explain what the position
Yeah,
does
that
and
is
how much,
correct.
how much they make? What are we talking about for
I
salary?
don't have the financials in front of me, but so the position, the reason it's so unique and vital is that it is sort of like the contract purchaser. So all the different vendors that we work with, all the different agencies, buying the books, managing the funds, you name it. This individual, polices the market to try to find the best rates that we can do for a variety of things that we purchase at the library. So it is a skill set that's unusual, and that's why we had the training time with the previously long-held employee in that position to train the new employee, because they've been there for over 40 years. So it was a really unique, and trying to bring it into the modern times, kind of what they're doing now and how the process works now for ordering items and how we search for what's out there. Yeah, it's you need to be able to have a skill set to find all the vendors, collate the information and figure out what's the best deal.
Mr. LeBrun?
The budgeted dollar amount for that position is $81,244. So that's what you would be voting on.
81,244. Thank you.
I withdraw my second, Your Honor.
Councilor Schultz withdraws her second. Is there another second to the motion? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second.
Excuse me, I didn't hear.
Said, is there another second for the motion?
Yes.
Councilor Schultz? Councilor Foot?
I'll second his motion.
Okay, fine.
Excuse me, Councilor Fennecy's motion.
All right.
Sorry.
Councilor Schultz?
Yeah, my only real Rubicon in knowing that we're going to make a lot of cuts today is that I don't want to eliminate a position that's already filled. So that's why I made that decision. Thank you.
Councilor Kurtz?
Thank you. I agree that shifting from freezing vacancies or eliminating positions where there's no person in them to choosing to fire people is, it's a shift in what we've been doing. I have great concerns about it, and I could argue why a library position in particular is a service that's free and available to every citizen of Concord and an essential piece of a healthy society, but I will leave it at that.
I will just underscore to the Finance Committee that, look, if we were to go to the city manager and say, make a 1%, 2% back of the budget, within whatever parameters they were, minimum impact on safety services, minimum impact on staffing, current staffing, minimum impact on revenue, because people raise money that balances the budget, he probably would have to be eliminating positions. That's what you're all talking about. That's what we're talking about. Because as Councilor Todd has very eloquently pointed out, the money is in positions. The money is in people. It's not floating around somewhere in the air that you can just snatch it out and take it. The money is in programs, services, and positions. And this body creates policy about what we fund, what services we provide, and what we don't. So I would ask you to keep that in focus as we discuss things. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. And I just want to follow up on the point that you made. I don't take any of this lightly, but sitting around the table right now, we can make tough choices about individual positions and exercise control over it, or we can just put it in the manager's lap. And, because as the mayor said, if you do a back of the budget cut, there are going to be people who get cut. And I had this conversation with this body approximately a year ago when we voted on the new contracts that were generally 5% increases for everybody. And I said to everybody around this table, now next year there's going to be a 5% increase in your budget unless you start cutting people. And so nobody sitting around this table should be shocked that when the manager brought us a budget, it was a 5% increase. That was the work of all of us. So that's 85% of your budget. So I don't take any of this lightly, okay? I have a list, I can go through them or not. I mean, it's up to other people. But if you want to make a actual cut to what the tax rate is going to be, you're going to have to eliminate positions that people are in. If you don't have an appetite for it, that's fine. I put this motion sort of as a test to see whether this body is interested in eliminating actual positions with people in it. If you're not, that's fine. We don't have to do it. But we've got tough choices to make, and if you don't want to make them and just put on the city manager, then we can do that.
Councilor Schlosser.
Yeah, I would take a little different approach, Councilor Fennessy. I think we do have to reduce positions, but I don't think we have the wisdom of which positions would have both the best impact on the budget and the least impact on the service and the city as a whole. And so it's not, I wouldn't frame it as, oh, put it on the city manager, let him and his team make decisions. I think we need their advice on if we have a guideline of what we want to accomplish, we can give it to the city manager, have him and his team recommend, given their knowledge of the operations and the impacts like this position or any other position, and then they can come back with us with recommendations, because what we pick out of a list, we see lists of people, but we don't really know the operational impact. And so that's where I think I would like the manager and his staff to advise us, and then we can approve it or not approve it.
Second.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I will second what Jim said, because I think it's one thing to look at an individual thinking that, okay, we eliminate. And Councilor Court said it very well. We were on a frozen position, and then we jump into already existing position. And I think we are going ahead of the game based on that. I think I will second what Jim said. We have hired city manager, city staff to do this work for us, and I think it's important for them to know where we stand, how much cut we want, and how much we want them to bring us back. I went to him in his office, we discussed that. I said to him, if we are looking at 4%, 5%, 3%, what that would be. He said, Ali, I just need clear direction. I think it's very important for us to take that in consideration and not look at individual cut now, especially existing position that doesn't maybe have any impact on today's tax rate, because we're talking about today's tax rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Schlosser. I agree that this is a matter of getting recommendations from the city manager, from hearing from the departments, recognizing that the school board cut a lot of positions and it was uncomfortable. And we are looking, our residents are expecting us to do the same. But I think we do need the input from departments. And then we also have to weigh what our residents, our constituents value, what is important to them. So we need both parties. We need to tell the city manager, yes, we need to make these austere cuts, but then also hear from our constituents which services are worth saving.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to remind us of the city manager's offer from a little while ago, which was that he can go through this with us. We have the department heads here, right, and we can bring them up, and if we have specific positions, like Mr. Fabian is here, if we have specific positions that we want to discuss, then we can ask the questions directly from the most knowledgeable person, and then we can make our decision. And I think that's what Councilor Fennessy was doing. He brought forward a motion. Here's Mr. Fabian. We can ask about it, and now we can decide, is that one that we think we're comfortable with approving. So we could do that on and I welcome, I'm awaiting Mr. Fennessy's Councilor Fennessy's other suggestions, because that could be a process that we could do to be able to get to where we want to be. Thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't realize we'd be debating the bigger piece of the pie like that, but since I've started the conversation, I'll just say, then I hope that I would rather we not have any new negotiations on Memorial Field. I would have preferred, this is why I voted against bleachers.
Councilor, with respect, we're not talking about
And the
Memorial.
CIP, I think we should consider that as well. So we all have our Rubicon. That explained, my votes were so that we wouldn't have to fire or lay off any staff. So I feel comfortable with that.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. I think a key question for this body as we begin to consider, or excuse me, before we begin to consider individual fires is, how low are we trying to go? I frankly believe that the fact that we just got to 4.75 in a year when we negotiated 5.5% contracts for 5 unions, where we have a 9.5% health care increase that, by the way, is pretty darn good. Lots of municipalities around the country are dealing with 10 and 20% increases, and we did go out to the marketplace, and we do have the best possible deal. We're absorbing a 27% property liability increase, which again is beyond our control. So the fact that we have a budget that came to us at 5.5 was already pretty austere, and the fact that we just got it down to 4.75 is a testament to how hard we're working. I'm not sure that the community wants us to fire people, and I don't know how low we need to go. People are going to be struggling and unhappy regardless.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Councilor Kurtz, I think that was very eloquently stated. I would never vote to remove anyone's position, especially because they were named here at this table. And I think that it is ultimately important that we respect our employees, and I think that was highly disrespectful. So just given that a person was named and is now sitting at home and likely watching this and knowing that their job is on the line, I would be dying if that were me. So, but I do want to add that what you said about the 4.75%, what's also really important here is the TIF district monies that are being released back to the school districts, and I believe in round numbers, it's about $505,000 to Concord School District for NEOC-TIF. It's about $261,187 from the Sears block, and it's another $87,960-ish that is going to Merrimack Valley School District. So just to Concord School District, that is a amount of money of $766. I hate to throw out numbers like that, but it's about 1.3455% that has no impact to the tax rate, but it is going back to the school districts, which saves teachers' jobs. Up to the school district to make a decision. This is a gift that we are giving back to them that doesn't impact the taxpayer here at the council table, but does help on the other side. And I think it is absolutely representative of how the Concord City Administration works with the Concord School District to make sure that when they've passed their budget, we are doing what we can to assist them.
Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up and agree with Councilor Kretovic that if we are going to move to a place of discussing eliminating positions that are currently held by individuals, I believe we should not be doing it in a public forum. And I know the school board discusses cuts in a non-public so that we do not have a situation where an individual is sitting at home listening to us deliberate about whether or not we're firing them. I think we owe our staff that level of respect. So if we're going to have this conversation, I suggest we do it differently.
I second that.
Counselor Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm somewhat confused. Without consultation with the police department, we just cut a position in the police department, and I too agree that we shouldn't be mentioning names. I think where Counselor Fennessy's coming from is that if I recall what I read that the finance director sent out earlier this week, that the library spending on a $400,000 house went from about $140 per year on a $400,000 house to over $180 per year. So if you do the quick math on that, it's about a 28% increase. So if it's advantageous, and maybe you'll reconsider your motion, is to have the library budget reduced to something that's more appropriate than the 28% increase on a $400,000 house.
Mr. LeBrun.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Counselor, I just want to, the numbers that you were comparing to, the number that we provided for this year is for the FY27 budget. The number that was shown, we didn't actually do this calculation last year in FY26. The calculation was done in FY25, and that was the email that was sent to us for the comparison of what they were looking for that comparison. So what you're talking about is a 2-year change on the actual amount that was allocated or part of the tax rate for the library. So it was a 2-year as opposed to just a 1-year.
Counselor Foot.
Thank you for that clarification. But over the last 2 years, the spending for the library net bottom line has been a 28 or 29% increase. Would you agree?
Based on the numbers over the past 2 years that were provided, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Fabian, would you like to speak to that?
I'm a little, I don't have the budget in front of me, but I'm hard pressed to believe that 29%, 15% a year.
You're spending now.
Yeah.
I think what, if I recall what it was, we decided, and I recommended it to the council, that we significantly increase the book budget. And because you were relying on grant funds, which were unreliable. So we said, why don't we make more books available to the Heights and to Pennacook and to Concord, and we had books and material, so we added,
I'm thinking Pennacook shot in the arm when we opened Pennacook
Right.
in December of '24 is probably the unusual one-time increase that you saw, and then, yeah, a little bit of an increase, I guess, per year after that. So, yeah, I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but that's all I
And
can
then,
think of.
and then over, if I could?
Yes, you
And
may.
then over several years, remember when we opened the Heights, the idea was we started small and we started trying to increase hours every single year, and then we did the same thing. The whole idea was to do the same thing in Pennacook, which we did. So there's more hours available and there's more materials available for the public. And that was the decision. I mean, we can, great idea at the time.
Counselor Kurtz.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if this is a question for Mr. City Manager or Mr. LeBrun. This percent increase in the library department that's been mentioned, what are percent increases in some other city departments?
I don't have that full comparison. It was that sheet that we were looking at, but I just looked back at the dollars that we're talking about. So we're talking about 2 years back. We're comparing this year on a $400,000 house, so the dollars are going to be higher. The last time we did, we were comparing it on a $350,000 property. And the debt service, the biggest increase was in the debt service piece, and it went from about $86,000 to $188,000 on the library portion of the budget. So those are really the factors that changed that dollar amount over that time period. So, you know, if we look at it, the percentage, I didn't calculate the percentage exactly, but basically that's what we're talking about.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I feel like we are running into the same trap we did last year, and that we are getting into the weeds and getting away from the governance. And I'm most comfortable saying that I am not an expert on lawnmowers or library purchases, and I believe that our hardworking staff and our city manager, who is supposed to manage, do have those answers and understand the consequences, or perhaps the unintended consequences, of any of these particular cuts. So I am most comfortable giving some parameters and some policy guidelines around a number that we would like to get at, and then handing it over to those that are the experts.
Would you be prepared to make a motion after we have this vote?
It's fine. I just feel like we are going down that hole.
Don't disagree
Yep.
with you, Councilor. Councilor Todd.
Thank you. Yes, and I think that, just for clarifying the remarks I made a moment ago, I think there is a process that we could engage in here. But I would also want to see it done on a much more general level. Again, as the city manager suggested, we have the department heads here. If there are positions that we have questions about, and some of them Councilor Fennessy may have his list of suggestions, some of them may be on there, we could ask the department heads to run through some just basic information if we have questions about specific positions that we thought at this time were, you know, we want to know what the value is of those.
Counselor, I
So-
appreciate that, but I fear that if we did that, we'd be here until 2 o'clock.
Yep, that's right. No, if I may, Your Honor, I agree with you. I'm just saying that that is an option, but just so the public knows, it's something that we could do. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Sekou.
I just want to say what Councillor Kitch said earlier. No department manager or department head will come here to tell you, I want to cut my staff. And they will all defend the position that they have. So I think the best position is what Councillor Grady section was saying. We have experts, it's their role, that's what they get paid for. We give them that responsibility and tell them what we are looking to do. And this is what my conversation with the city manager were when I went to his office. I think clear guidance is great, but nobody will sit here to you from chief of the police or fire or general services or library to say to you, yes, this position is not important, I think we can cut it. When I asked the chief fire, when you were going through your budget, did you really consider any cut? He said, Ali, if you go through it, you will see I cut 60,000. How many of them presented the city manager a budget where they have that consideration to say, I cut 100,000, 50,000, 20,000? Because our goal here is really to reduce tax rates. And if that's the case, then what the mayor said is correct. Sitting here, they all will defend their position because nobody wants to be underserved because it will reduce the culture and the moral of the department. Thank you.
Is the Finance Committee ready to vote on the motion on the floor to eliminate a library acquisition technician position?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of the motion? Thank you, Mr. Todd. Mr. Fabian, sorry. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
The motion fails. Councilor Grady Sexton.
Sure, are people ready for a larger scale motion? Yes, okay. No?
No, go ahead.
It doesn't
I
have
don't
to
know
be
what
me
you're
to
gonna
make a
say.
motion.
I don't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Counselor, Counselor Fennessy?
I had another motion I wanted to make. So in the general government section where we had donations, we have specific earmarks to different organizations. My suggestion was to reduce that by $100,000 and leave it to the manager's discretion as to how to apportion that money.
Second?
Made and seconded.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Explain it.
Sure. So if you remember in the general government section, and I apologize, I've been trying to find the page, and I've been struggling.
68?
Page 68. Thank you.
So that'd be under general, you gotta move through quite a bit of pages to get there. I think that, well, no, that's general government. And if you're looking for overhead,
Yeah.
General overhead, it's 7 million.
No.
I think you're looking for the
donations.
page.
There's a breakout of the donation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting there, my finger.
My fingers work
My
slowly.
finger only
too.
goes, okay, I'm sorry, page one, and people can follow this at home too if they want. Page 116 is the first page of general overhead, and as you go through there, you see there's pieces for Concord Community Television, holiday celebration, that, is that what you're talking, that
Yes.
area of the
Yes.
budget? So that's page 117 of the budget, and it goes on, it explains each one of those and kind of what was requested and what was in there.
Exactly.
So,
If I may, for folks at home navigating from the city website, the document you're clicking on is general government, and then you're scrolling quite a ways through to the page number indicated.
So if I can just clarify, so on page 117, thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, this is what I was looking for. There's special programs, and then there's revenue, expense. So what I'm talking about is at the bottom portion, there's $318,035 budgeted for donations. My motion is to reduce that by $100,000.
So, Counselor, that would be for programming related to the Community Action Program, the Concord Area Transit, Crisis Center of Central New Hampshire, the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness, the Ed McKenna House, which, and no, they do not have any funding, and the Friends Program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Counselor?
Yes, I know when the city manager talked about this, I had asked if there were any reports that accompanied any of these. I would suggest that we get some reports from those organizations.
You have them all.
We do, annual reports from each of
You
these.
have every single report.
I believe you said that we
Sue,
didn't
did
have
you
one.
send all that?
It was all the funding applications.
All the funding applications.
I get them.
Yep, everybody has them. You have them,
We
everybody.
have them, how were they sent? They were-
They were sent in an email, and there was a hyperlink in the email that brought you right to a,
Dropbox.
There was,
what do you call that? FTP, and they were all listed.
there's hundreds and hundreds of pages
Tell me
on
which
each
day-
one of the
what day you
applications, so
sent
it's
this
available
in.
for everybody.
This afternoon, okay. All right, so that's what, it was just sent this afternoon.
It was just requested, so that's why we sent it.
Okay.
Discussion? Counselor Schultz?
I just wanted to hear a better explanation of your motion, Counselor.
Sure. So in this portion, this is where we, as a council, determine, to make donations to various organizations. While I think that's great, we've done it in the past, and I would love to continue doing it at this point in time where we're trying to, I think, cut back on what the tax increase is going to be for the residents. Cutting back on the donations that we make to other organizations would be appropriate.
Counselor Schlosser?
So I'll oppose this. I think the logic here is these are the services that really affect some of our most vulnerable citizens. And I think we got some eloquent testimony about the Concord Area Transit Public Transportation Program. But these other programs help some of our most vulnerable citizens. And in fact, one of them, I believe, the Pope Memorial SPCA sort of provides a service to us, animal control, or I don't know exactly what they do. So they actually provide a service which we might have to replace if we cut that kind of services. And I think in respect to cutting the tax rate, I think we have to take responsibility that our citizens want to cut in the tax rate, and we bear the burden of that impact, as opposed to putting that burden on those who are less vulnerable than us, okay? So I would say that I appreciate the idea, any idea should be considered and debated, but this particular one takes the message from the taxpayers that we want to reduce the tax rate, and this would put that burden on our most vulnerable citizens, and I don't think that's right. I think it really doesn't speak to the heart and soul of what this community is. It really we care for each other, we take care of each other. This is one of the things, this is one of the ways we do that. And so I would really oppose this kind of cut.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Kretovic?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will also be opposing this almost for the exact same reasons that you're saying here, Counselor Schlosser. Some of it has to do with, we look at statistics about what the average median household income, and what we fail to recognize sometimes is what the poverty line is, which is about $15,960 a year. And we have almost 9% of our adult working population that are living at the poverty line. That's not even close to the $47,000 that is the average. These are exactly the people that would be impacted by changes like this to these services that are provided to those that are the most vulnerable, and that's why I wouldn't support, but thank you.
Counselor Fennessy?
Thank you. Just to make it clear, I'm not suggesting that these people and these organizations don't do good work. What I think we're making the point is, look, the government's no longer going to be there, at least the municipal government is no longer going to be aiding you. You're going to have to get more money from the private sector to support your good work. We do provide support to our most vulnerable people through human services and other programming that we offer. It's just asking the private sector to provide some additional funding to these organizations who, I agree, do great work and rather than relying upon tax money, ask them to go out and fundraise from others, or go get grant money from the state or the federal government.
Councilor Schlosser?
So I think that makes some sense, Councilor Fennessy. And then I would do this in a thoughtful and planful way and say, plan next year, your funding may change, so they can make appropriate plans to shore up their budget or improve their fundraising or whatever they need to do, grants and whatever. But to do it now, I think could leave them in a big hole. So I think in a planful way, that might make sense.
Councilor Brown?
I will actually be supporting this motion. I, am absolutely in support of CAT, but I think that we can look at CAT as an economic development piece. I think that things are really tight. I hear from my constituents who are talking about moving, downsizing, and renting because they can't afford some of the basics, food, gas. So I think we have to recognize that.
Councilor Kurtz?
Yes, thank you. Mr. City Manager, the $100,000 reduction, what would that reduce the tax rate? I'm asking you to do quick math for me. 0.2. And in your assessment, is the money spent on these, does it save the city money in terms of homelessness and other needs met in the community that we would then bear in some other way?
Do you want a real quick answer, or do you want the story that goes with it?
We'll take the story.
Story? Okay, so the story is, this is good history, lore. This number used to be twice this number. And during a recession, the city council said to me years ago, do a reduction, we don't know how much. So I ended up cutting it in half. So it's down to this number here. And they wanted to know what was the parameters that I focused on, and it was essentially on homelessness and children. So you can see those programs there are essentially associated with that. Primarily, at that time, I don't know it's changed, the CAT was really used by people who couldn't afford transportation for the most part. It wasn't an environmental choice at that time. And the Crisis Center, Concord Coalition and Homelessness, Edna McKenna House, and the Friends Program, that was all housing for folks. Concord Community Television was there, and of course that was part of a contract we have. We have revenues that offset that. Holiday celebrations is really the Veterans Council, so that's something the council has increased over time. In-Town Concord, we had talked about In-Town Concord being part of actually a business improvement district, and the downtown merchants and property owners paying for that. And the downtown property owner said, no, we don't want to increase our taxes to support programs that are going to help put money in our pockets. So why don't we not do that? So then, so that stayed in there. SPCA, as Councilor Schlosser pointed out, we don't have an animal control officer, so that's the number. That 25,000 hasn't changed for decades. So that's kind of where it was. Then the council said, as time went on, let's take a look and see if we can make reductions here. So they actually, as part of this whole effort, they put together a committee. We had community meetings. We had people come in and talk, and I don't think there's anybody here who was there at the time, so I'm not going to cast blame. And looked at it and said, hey, and figured out that if the committee actually made the recommendation for the cuts, then the committee would get blamed for the cuts. So it said, how do we have the manager make those reductions? And that's how you end up with the reductions that you have here now. So things change and they don't. So, but.
Councilor Beach.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just add a little more historical perspective, and I know 18 years ago, this list was 2 or 3 times as long. And over the years, we've pared it down. And I've never really been comfortable picking winners and losers in terms of nonprofits. I don't think we should be in the business of picking winners and losers. So I'm very comfortable saying, the city will help fundraise. We'll do whatever we can to assist. But why are these 7 organizations more important than the other 50? And so I think we ought to be out of the business.
And I'll just add one other piece is that, and what's happened over time is many of these organizations and others that were on this list at one time received federal funding, received state funding, received county funding, and as the federal government said, no more money for you, and then the state said, no more money for you, and the county said, no more money for you, and the private sector said, we're not giving donations anymore, you were the last person standing. Kind of like what's gone on with the other taxing agencies in the city. You're the last person standing, so either you're going to fund it or it's not going to get funded.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would be comfortable if we are heading in this direction, understanding that we are on a different budget cycle than the federal funding cycle, that we would revisit this in a year or give, nonprofits the time they need to be able to budget so that they are not scrambling in 30 days and may have to eliminate programs that are prevention-based or would result in increased danger to the public.
Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When you first made the motion, Counselor, I was strongly opposed, but I see some wisdom in this consideration. I want to ask a question of the city manager, if it's okay. When we send the tax bills, are we able to add, for example, a donations line to say, if anyone would like to, especially those benefiting from this great economy?
I'll ask I think there's very strong restrictions on what can be in your tax bill.
I think
the
so
answer is
too,
no.
but I
The
wanted
answer
to ask, what about including, if may follow up? What about including additional information? For example, explaining this sort of issue and saying, would you like to contribute to the well-being of the needy in your community, for lack of a better term? Thank you. It's good. It's worth it.
But maybe legislation could change that.
Very open.
I know someone.
Councilor Kretovic, you know anybody
Your
who can
Honor.
sponsor legislation?
Mr. City Manager, the $60,000 for the Coalition to End Homelessness, it had gone from $40,000 to $60,000. That includes our emergency winter shelter, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Fudd, did you?
Sure. I'm listening to the conversations. I also sit on the Public Safety Advisory Board, and I think, looking at the appropriations that are being requested, I really think it's it's bigger than any one of these items that we could vote on as far as who's going to get money and who's not. For me, having someone that's done cleanups and picking up trash and homeless encampments, and seeing the needle, the amount of needles that are distributed in this city, and then I inquire on the transit, the CAT bus, and I hear the biggest need is to get people from the mall area where there's significant encampments down to the Friendly Kitchen, and it seems like to me between free this, free everything, is that, in the old days, we would advocate for people to try to help them. But it seems to me at this point, we're not advocating, we're condoning and enabling the behavior. And I hear this from so many people that are, they're tired of the panhandling, and I think it's a bigger issue with this city than just $360,000 that we're contemplating here. And I think I understand where Councilor Fennessy's coming from relative to just blank and 100,000. But for me, what I hear from residents, our city's changing because we keep increasing the amount of expenditures. Now, we know there's over 60 federal, state, municipal, and private organizations that try to help folks. We spend our HR department over $1 million a year. Plus, we have these special reserve accounts. So the path we've been on for, I don't know how many years or decades, I think at some point we have to realize it's not working. And maybe we should spend less because we'll attract less. We've heard over the last couple of years we're attracting people from all over the country. And I will be supporting Councilor Fennessy's motion. Thank you.
Councilor Horn.
Okay. I thought that we were all up here fighting to reduce taxes for the most vulnerable among us. And they are the folks that need the help of the CAT system, things like that. I'm just a little bit taken aback at the moment, but if we do not keep up these services, we all know that what we're doing here is going to affect the tax rate very little because we are the smallest amongst the schools and whatnot. But we're trying our hardest, and we already know the school rates, we already know these taxes are going to go up, and we already know this revaluation is going to affect those same people. And these people are going to need these services. People won't be able to afford the gas or a car or things like that. So these are the type of services we need to keep for these people that we're all around this table, I thought, fighting for.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. I just feel, again, we are micromanaging. I feel like there are going to be unintended consequences to these types of cuts, and I think that the city manager should work with our human services director and our fire chief and our acting police chief to help guide him to make decisions about whether or not this is actually going to have unintended consequences that are going to be more costly to the taxpayers in the end. But I don't feel like I have the ability to make that determination at this point.
Councilor Fennessy.
I just want to speak briefly because this is not an attempt by me to make some sort of comment about what's been going on with homelessness or anything else. I think I agree a little bit with Councilor Keach on this. I think we need to get out of the business of picking certain nonprofits to give money to, unless there's some sort of very direct reason we're doing it. And I think from my standpoint, and this is basically taking tax money from our citizens and saying, we're going to take this money and we're going to pick this organization to give your money to. If people in the city want to pick different organizations, that's totally up to them, and I would encourage them. I think many of these organizations do great work. What I don't want to do is have us taking a pool of money that we're then sort of picking and choosing how to use this money to donate to certain groups. And so that's the reason I'm proposing this. In this situation, I'm not taking it all away. I'm only proposing to take basically a third of what was in the budget and leave it to, actually maybe it's a sixth if you're counting both portions, but leave it to the manager's discretion as to how to apportion that money.
Councilor Caleb. Councilor, are you recusing yourself from this discussion? One of the organizations on whose board you sit is in this list.
Yes. From the discussion or from the actual vote?
Recusal is recusal. You can't participate in any discussion or the vote.
On that organization.
It's all wrapped in together. This is all on that organization, but it's all part of the same package. It's not targeted. It's just take it out and it would affect the organization.
It is probably best that I don't say anything anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor
Your
Brown.
Honor, I believe that there are other counselors who participated in the discussion who did not recuse, who are
Not to my knowledge, Councilor.
Really?
Yeah.
Councilor Grady Sexton does not.
Councilor Grady Sexton is not on the board of any organization that's on this list, as far as I know.
The Crisis Center overseeing that at all.
That's correct. That's correct, Councilor.
I thought she had
It's
recused
very,
herself
the
previously.
rules and the city ordinance are very specific. It's a financial or fiduciary responsibility with an organization, which is being on the board. Councilor Todd, and then Councilor Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question for the city manager. Also, we go back in history here, but what is the process? So we're talking a lot about picking. So there's 60 organizations, as Councilor Foote mentioned, and we're picking winners and losers. We're just picking certain. What is the process that organizations need to do in order to receive these dollars? In other words, you don't just sort of pick them out of a hat.
No, they submit applications, and we actually, several years ago, we decided to use the same application as United Way, so they wouldn't have to, because we used to have a very cumbersome application process, which was different than United Way. So we went to the same United Way so they could use the same application with the same information, and that organization does this all the time. So we just do very small pieces. So anybody who's interested can apply for this, and we do get, as you can see in the budget, other organizations have applied for that, and some we've had organizations, several organizations, Sue will tell you, from outside Concord, who believe that they serve people who came from Concord, either now or years ago, and asking for us to give them dollars so they can run their organizations in another community or another state, and we've said no. So I've tried to stick with, because otherwise increasing these dollars amount, council was really pretty direct and said, let's keep this amount pretty much the same. So you can see it stays pretty much the same, other than we did the increase for the Concord Coalition and Homelessness, because we wanted the extra emphasis on the winter shelter. So that's why that went up. And the only reason it's gone down this year is because the Edmund McKenna House said, we really don't need the money anymore. We're flush. So we said, okay.
Thank you. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be voting against this motion, even though I do appreciate the creativity. And one example for why is, for example, the CAT funding. I was asked by some folks, maybe all of us around this table were asked to increase funding. But I think the people who should really be paying for this, we can't bill. And that would be a company like Walmart, who is benefiting from our free bus service and should be paying more overall. Instead, they make a lot of money off of government, especially the state government in this community, because of procurement. So do we have the ability to tax wealthy companies or mansions or any of these things? Unfortunately, we don't have that tool in our toolbox. For that reason, since no one else is going to pay for it, giving our small part to an organization like CAT is literally the least we can do. So I will be opposing the motion for that reason. And I wish we could do so many other things more.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Second.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have a question, because I think earlier we were saying that we are ready to give the city administration a task to do. We said it's not our place to go line by line tonight.
Councilor, would you wait until we actually vote on this? Because I think you're going in a direction that I am probably going to go in as well.
Okay.
All right?
Okay. Same? Okay.
I'm going to say I am not going to vote in favor of this motion. I understand the sentiment. I understand the need to try to winkle out dollars to reduce the tax rate. However, as has already been said very eloquently around the table, these are dollars that impact the most vulnerable in our community. Some organizations like the Concord Coalition to End Homelessness have done things like extended their hours in order to provide emergency cold weather shelter during which fortunately we put in place thanks to Councilor Schlosser and others just before one of the most bitter winters we've had. So I will not be voting in favor of this. I also think that the point is well taken that many of these organizations have already put together their budgets, and obviously there is the possibility that we could not approve the funding, but I think that notice would be that it would be wise to provide notice before we make this kind of a cut. So, all those in favor of the motion?
Roll call, Your Honor.
Roll call. Roll call is requested by Councilor Brown. Could I ask staff to get me some more roll call sheets?
Sure, we'll have them.
I don't need
one for the next meeting.
Right, thank you.
No money left.
No money left. It's all black and white.
I already cut that. I'm doing it right now.
All right, the motion is to reduce the general cost section of the budget, general government, I'm sorry, section of the government by $100,000. Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
It's special programs, if I'm not mistaken.
Special programs,
if I'm not
thank you.
mistaken.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Champlin votes no. Councilor Davey.
No.
Councilor Fennessy.
Yes.
Councilor Foot.
Aye.
He said aye.
Aye, I'm sorry.
Fine.
I thought he said okay.
I thought he sent me a stroke.
It happened before. Councilor Grady Sexton.
No.
Councilor Horn.
No.
Councilor Caleb. I'm sorry, Councilor Caleb is recused. Councilor Keach.
Yes.
Councilor Kretovic.
No.
Councilor Kurtz.
No.
Councilor Schlosser.
No.
Councilor Schultz.
No.
Councilor Seku.
You know my stand, no.
Councilor Todd.
No.
Okay. The motion fails. 10-4. Let me speak. As others have said at the table, we are doing exactly what we did a year ago. We're going in, we're picking this, and we're picking that. And it is 741, and we haven't, this is the general fund, and we haven't done anything, we haven't even gone to the CPI yet.
CIP.
So I would recommend if there is a more broad-based suggestion about, you know, or if the council has a sense of where they think we should be on this budget. I think you're probably all over the map, Councilor Grady Sexton.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. I would make a motion when I find it. Let's see. I move that the City Council authorize the City Manager to further reduce his proposed budget to an amount necessary to result in an overall tax increase of no more than 2%. This reduction should be achieved without further cuts to the Police Department or Fire Department budgets, and with the goal of minimizing impacts to other public safety measures, core city services, and direct service delivery to residents.
Second. I thought it was 1% from where we are right now.
What I'm hearing is this is a motion to direct the city manager to reduce the budget to 2% or by 2%?
To 2%. So a 2% increase in the tax rate down from 5.5.
Did you second?
Well,
So we seconded,
Right, yeah.
moved and seconded. Council second.
So we are looking at 3.5%, because if we are, is that correct?
No.
So,
Councilor?
my question is, we already cut some, tonight we voted. Are you looking on top of that cut another 2%?
I'm looking at taking the cuts we've already made to further reduce. So the motion is I move that the City Council authorize the City Manager to further reduce from the current amendments that have already been adopted to reduce his proposed budget to an amount necessary to result in an overall tax increase of no more than 2%.
No more than 2%.
Councilor Foot?
So relative to cuts, last year we went through this and then we thought we cut X amount, but actually what happened is we ended up taking money out of reserve accounts. Are you proposing that the manager be allowed to take more money out of the unassigned fund balance?
Yes, you may.
I think that it would be very appropriate to have an amendment to this to also add that with the minimal, you know, if we want to ascribe a particular number, so we already have, what, 850,000, is that what it is coming out? If we wanted to say up to 1 million or something along those lines, if people are comfortable with that, then I think that that would be a smart addition to this proposal.
So
follow up?
Would you consider that as part of your motion?
I'm happy to amend my motion. I would just need to have some feedback. Are people comfortable with the $1 million from 850, or is that something people?
Well, we can have that part of the discussion. Councilor Kretovic.
Yes, I would like to have some clarification from finance. What is our threshold on any money from reserves that does not impact our AA Moody rating?
It's really hard to. I can.
Mr. LeBrun.
I can answer that for him.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I am not a rating agency specialist. I can't tell you exactly where the number is that would have an impact on our bond rating. I can tell you that Standard & Poor's has always been very impressed with the way that the city has managed our finances and operations, so we've always gotten good grades on that. With that said, they've also talked about, we've been using more fund balance and reserves, so that has an impact on their discussion. They look at our debt service, that has an impact on their discussion. So to tell you that another $150,000 from use of fund balance is going to tip the scale, I really can't tell you if it's 150, 250, $1 million, but I can tell you that, they look at that and there's a number in there, it's a piece of their calculation, but I can't tell you exactly what the number is.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. LeBrun, we are within our target goal on reserves, right? Is that correct, according to the fiscal policy committee?
At the end of fiscal year 2025, we were slightly above our target goal of 20.5%, excuse me. We're at 20.6%. So if you think about, the activities that the City Council has taken this past year, we have had a number of items that were added to the budget that were funded through unassigned fund balance. So those have an impact in further reducing that number. And then, as we get to the end of the fiscal year, obviously we're looking at where are we going to be. I think last week, the city manager mentioned that, in the general fund that we haven't been able to, the projection is that we're not going to be able to make up all of the fund balance use, which showed, that revenues are going to be about $1.4 million lower than where expenses are. So it's probably going to be a little bit higher than that because we also had a supplemental appropriation at the May meeting for $385,000 for the bleachers. So when you look at all of those things right there, I expect that fund balance number at the end of fiscal year 26 will probably drop down below that 20.5% that is the goal of the city. So with that said, that's still above a lot of other communities. It's above the GFOA recommendations. So there was still a very strong community, but the rating agency will look at what is our trend as well too. So they're going to look at the overall financial health, what's our trend, what are we using, and where are we going. So they look at all those pieces.
Just follow up. So you wouldn't characterize using an additional $150,000 as being reckless or out of control?
I wouldn't characterize it as that, but I don't work for Standard & Poor's.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Schlosser.
I'd like to ask a question of the Deputy City Manager. What I'm hearing from my residents is that they don't want the increase in tax rate, but they're against the capital spending. I'm not hearing anyone say, I'm willing to put up with fewer services, leaves, snow plowing, library, recreation. I'm hearing that it's the capital spending that really has got people's goat. So could you estimate, and we haven't got to the CIP at this time, but in just thinking about Councilor Grady Sexton's recommendation or proposal, for every $1 million we bond this year, say, what is the current year expense on that? Because a lot of that money, we don't have to pay the bill until down to 20, we pay over 20 years or something. What is the current expense of any bonding we would approve this year? Can you estimate that?
So if whatever you approve this year, let's just say that we're going to bond it and it will be an expense for next year. Let's just say that interest rate is 3.5%. I got to do it in the baby math way. Yeah. $1 million over 20 years, $50,000 a year. Okay. Right. $1 million the first year at 3.5%, $35,000. The first year is $85,000 on that $1 million. I
see.
And then the interest will drop a little bit each year after that because the principal remains the same over the 20 years, but the interest drops a little bit. So every $1 million that you do, if the interest rate is 3.5%, that's what it is.
Follow up? I would just like to ask Councilor Grady Sexton, if in your thinking of this 2%, that the appropriate reductions in the capital improvement plan might be part of that plan, because reducing bonding, reducing any capital expenditures that we can defer will have some impact on current year budget, overall budget.
I just want to clarify, it won't have an impact on the fiscal year 27 budget, it'll have an impact on the fiscal year 28 budget.
Yeah.
So the impact is pretty much a year away. We won't bond that if we bond it, and we still have some authorized and unissued bonds out there, but we won't bond it until January of 2027, which would then be a fiscal year 28 expense.
So in order to impact this fiscal year's 27 bonding expense, we would have to rescind some of the capital projects that we approved last year. I don't even know if that's possible, but is that what we would have to do?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to take a look at, things if you don't want to go out to bond on a certain number of projects, looking at the authorized but unissued. Some of those projects have started. Yeah. Some of them may have not started. Mm-hmm. You think about the police station is really the largest project that we have out there. That I think we still have about $20 million left to bond. You know, the reason that we split those up a little bit is because of the cash flow issues. We also take into consider arbitrage. So when you look at all of those pieces together, looking at the timing of the bonding and when it actually comes on board, if we would have bonded that additional $20 million this year, you know, you know, if you think about the $50, the 50,000 plus the 35 for each million, you can do the math on that about what the additional payment would have been this year.
Thank you. Councilor Caleb?
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back to unassigned fund balance for a second. I think Councilor Kredovic's question is one that I asked at a previous meeting, and it, Mr. Lebrun, correct me if I'm wrong, but part of the factors in the bond rating are, so if we are to use more unassigned fund balance, the S&P wants to see that we have a plan as a city to replenish those reserves over a period of time, a couple of years, right? Is that, am I wrong? Or
Yeah, I mean, they're really going to look at it as, you know, what is the trajectory that we're on. They're going to look at, you know, how much are we using? Is that, and their comment is your fund balance reducing? So if you're having significant changes in the fund balance, they take that into consideration. Obviously, the more the change, the more they take it into consideration. And the financials and the fund balance is one piece of the puzzle that they look at when they do our bond rating. They look at a whole myriad of things, but the financials are certainly a very important piece of it.
okay, thank you.
Councilor Fennessy?
Thank you. So the proposal on the table, as I understand it, would reduce further the tax rate by about 2.75%. My math suggests that that's about 1.5 million. Is that about right?
Can you do that math again for me? I'm sorry.
Sure.
The proposal on the table, you mean the $100,000?
No. The proposal from Councilor Grady Sexton to take what we've gotten down to, which is, I'll call it approximately 4.75%, cut it to 2%. So that's like 2.75% more. My quick math at, I think I did 1% at 550 because I'm not as good at math as you.
569, 580.
Exactly, that number. It's about, came out to about $1.5 million.
1.139160.
You could ask.
Let's 2 million, yeah.
You have 2 million?
2 million.
Okay. So if we are, sorry, follow up. I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I beg your indulgence. So if we are cutting $2 million, approximately how many positions would that be?
So, you know, if we choose a round number, about average number of about $120,000 per position for wages and benefits. So $2 million, you know, you're probably talking 16, 17 full-time positions at that level. Obviously, it's going to vary a little bit, but.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilor Brown, then
Thank you.
Councilor Schultz.
Mr. Lebrun, when you talked about projects that we bonded but haven't been started, do you have a list of those projects? I'm wondering, I know we bonded planter box fencing. Has that already been done?
I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my
Has
head.
that, follow up?
Follow up.
If those funds have been bonded, but the project hasn't been done, we could theoretically rescind that project and then use those funds, is that correct?
The city council could make a decision to abandon the project if it hasn't started and then repurpose the funds for something else.
Okay. Councilor Schultz, no? Okay. All right. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. What's the total amount we have in the budget for debt service for fiscal year 2027?
For fiscal year 27?
Yeah.
In the general fund?
In the
general
yes,
fund?
Yes.
The debt service?
Yes.
Could you give me just one moment? And
Sure.
Let me look?
Yeah. No.
Councilor.
Thank you, Your Honor. This question is directed to Councilor Sexton. So CPI, Consumer Price Index, this year, I believe, is about 3.1%. Would you consider amending your motion to 3.1% increase and then also not allow the paving program to be cut?
I'm sorry, may I?
Want to respond?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear the last thing that you said, Counselor, but.
So The consumer price index for this region is about 3.1%, I think. So would you consider amending your motion instead of 2% to be 3.1% and not allow cuts to the paving program that the city has with general services?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I feel like we're getting a little too descriptive here, and I personally would like to see a 0% increase as I did last year. And I'm saying 2% because I feel like what I've been listening to is that is a number that we could build consensus on. So I feel like staying at that number right now might be the most efficient use of the time. I too feel very strongly about the importance of the paving program, also for public safety reasons, but I do hope that that would be part of the manager's consideration when looking at minimizing impacts to other public safety measures.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also was looking at the consumer price index at the 3.1% and also the anticipated increase in Social Security benefits to 2.9%. And the reason I look at those numbers is I do have a high percentage of senior citizens that live in Ward 3. And when I look at the overall demographics of the city, there's about 21% of our population that rely solely on Social Security benefits. There's another 15% that rely on Social Security benefits plus their retirement plans. So if you look at 1/3, 35%, it's rounding, sorry, that rely strictly on fixed income. For that 35% or the 15% that also have retirement plan benefits, they might have some flexibility here. But that 21% that is on fixed income, there's no flush room here. What I was looking at also was this amount that we're giving back to the school districts, that I consider that part of the reduction in taxes overall on the impact to an individual household. So for my purposes, I actually like your 3.1%. I'm concerned that the 2% is too deep a cut, that it's going to hurt the city far more than we expect. Thank you.
Councilor Davey, did you have your hand up? That's okay. You can think about it. Councilor, I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager. Oh, Councilor Fennessy.
Actually, I just wanted to see if Mr. LeBrun had an answer for my question.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, thank you. Before I forget, it's $11.2 million.
What is the question?
The question is how much we have in the
The debt service.
Yeah. How much is in the,
Thank
in
you.
the
Thank you.
fiscal 27?
Thank you.
Budget for debt service. Councilor Secretary, did you have your hand up?
I just want to get some clarification here because it seems like the debate we are having here is to have the city manager bring us 2.75. Is that correct?
No, 2.1.
2.1.
2.0.
I'm sorry, 2.0, 2.0. 2%.
That's the motion.
Mr. City Manager.
So I just went to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index, Northeast Region, 4.4%. Okay, so let's focus on the 4.4. That's real. I mean, that's what we're dealing with. That's so the expectation that we're going to go, you know, with all the things that I think Councilor Kirch talked about, 2%. All respect. All respect is, so essentially what we're saying is we've done all these changes, we've made all these adjustments, and we're going to, and the school districts did whatever they did based on nothing like this. And now we're dealing with, try to get to 2%, which I understand, but the reality is it's 4.4% right now. These numbers just came out. And I just expect that going, based on what's going on in Iran and everything else in the world, this isn't going down. So this will probably be, we're budgeting for this coming year, not this past year. So I think 4.4% would be a reasonable number.
Mr. City Manager, would it be fair to say that with a 2% tax rate increase that we would probably be looking at closing facilities for days and
Yes.
You know, possibly, you know, not doing as much paving as we thought. Go ahead.
Well, I think if you know, particularly if, and I understand the focus on public safety, you know, if that is that is the biggest part of the driver of a lot of the budget increases, because that's where the contracts are and the increases are, that if those are off the table and you can't do that, then that just pushes everything else over to the other. It's kind of like what the schools did with their budgets. They've really left it in your lap to try to do something with the tax rate. So if you're a Merrimack Valley School District, I'll say it, if you're a Merrimack Valley School District and you get your tax bill, it's going to be $1,300 increase, and the city's portion is $200, who are you going to call? You call them the city council saying, what did you guys do to us, right? It's not going to be, the school district's not going to get a call. Same thing with Concord School District. So now the expectation is that you're going to solve all these problems. I think it's a reasonable expectation that should not be on your shoulders. So I think if you want to try to go with the CPI, if that's what people are talking about, and real pressures that you have on you, it should be somewhere around the 4% range. And I could see if 5.5 is too much, sure. But based on all the decisions that you made, there is, where he is, Councilor Fennessy said it, there's no surprises there. Everybody knew this was going to be around 5%. So to get to 4, can we make some austere measures? Yeah, 4. If you want to get below that a little bit, sure. But to get to 2 without touching police and fire, this is a different community. This is not going to be Concord anymore. This is going to be something where libraries and parks and recreation and pools are all going to be dramatically impacted, and it's going to happen like that. Because there won't be time to explain to people, you know, we're not doing this. So all the temporary folks that we've hired on for recreation programming and pools, I'll be making calls tomorrow, or David will be saying, never mind. So just so you know.
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. City Manager, I appreciate that perspective very much so. My hope is, I mean, we keep talking about percentages, and I don't think the average person at home understands what the impact is on the rate per thousand of a 5.5% versus a 2%. And I mean, I think we're talking about a dime per thousand, if I'm correct. But I'm hoping Mr. LeBrun could come up here with a pen and paper and tell us that. Like, what is 1%? That's like a $10.33?
It's on your sheet.
Which sheet?
It's on that.
That one right there.
Right here.
Yeah, that's so deep in the folder.
$53,030 is a 0.01% increase. $5,303.44, $440 is a 1%. A dime is $530,340.
So every percent is a dime.
No.
About.
So let's say right now, if you did 5.5%, $224, $18 a month. That's how people think in months. It's $18 a month.
Thank you.
Okay. Versus Merrimack Valley School District, you're talking more than $100 a month. I mean, let's have some perspective here. Let's say you wanted to get down to 4%. That's to 4%. So you'd be at, that is a total of $164 divided by 12. Let's do the quick math. That's $14 a month. That's what we're talking about. If you did 4%.
I had one other comment that I wanted to make.
Follow up.
Thank you. It's not so much a question, but my concern about police and fire, they are already stretched so thin. And to constantly hear from our neighborhoods about how we've decreased our neighborhood patrols because our police department have been so consumed with all the other things going on in the city, I think one of the last things we want to do is take away that little bit of targeted enforcement that we're doing now in our neighborhoods. These phone calls that we get from neighbors, and I know it's not true for every single neighborhood, but if you live on one of those arterial roads, meaning that there's a higher amount of traffic on those roads moving people through, and the speed limits are higher, and you are the person that's walking, whether on the sidewalk or not, it is frightening. And that's where we get the phone calls from. I would never want to take more police officers off the street. That's what concerns me most about the public safety aspect, that there could be cuts that come to our police department as well, and fire.
I couldn't see that happening in our community.
Councilor Horn.
I'll be supporting Councilor Brady Sexton. I agree with her. I would like 0% as well, and we all know that this is going to be painful, and I think this is the year we have to figure this out because of the revaluation. We don't know what it's going to look like in 3 months from now or whenever we get the new values. And I think this is a good test for our community to see what it is like, what our community will look like at this point, and if, it's something that they're willing to continue to give up, or after realizing what it's going to look like, what we'll be able to add back.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to make a point that for a lot of reasons, people choose to buy homes in Concord, raise their families in Concord. And that's because Concord brings with it a certain quality of life, a certain lifestyle and experience. It's certainly not the cheapest place in New Hampshire to live, but I would suggest that there are people that choose to buy homes in Concord, raise their families in Concord, because they want the services and they want all of that goes with it. And there's a cost involved. And, I shouldn't say it, but if you want to live in Franklin or Pittsfield and have that level of service and pay lower taxes, then go for it. But there's a cost involved, and I think while we don't want to spend recklessly, certainly, nobody does, but there's a cost involved to maintain a certain quality of life, and I think that's important to this community. So I'll be supporting at the minimum 2%, but I think the city manager's suggestion, keeping it in line with inflation is a prudent one.
I saw Councilor Schlosser
I
first.
defer. I pass for now.
Okay. Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. I agree with Councilor Keach and find it unreasonable to suggest a 0% tax rate increase, but not support proposed cuts to services and giving to nonprofits. If we value these things, we have to pay for them. It's just the reality. And I think we should vote on this 2%, and if we don't land there, then we need to move the conversation forward because it's after 8 o'clock and we have a room full of people waiting to testify.
Councilor Caleb.
Thank you. Councilor Keach, I try to focus on the people who are already here and how we can keep them here. And I know the 0% sounds a bit dramatic, but I do appreciate Councilor Grady Sexton's motion, and I will be supporting that. I think that we have an expert in his field. Our city manager has a lot of experience and can meet this request, and then we can decide if that is what we're willing to do. But what I've heard a couple of times already this evening is that we knew a year ago, because Councilor Fennessy said a year ago we're looking at a 5% increase at least in taxes next year. So that is frustrating to hear, because if we knew this whole time that we are having a problem where our expenses are outpacing our revenue, and we did not spend the last year focusing on how to bring in more revenue or offset tax rate increases with additional monies from somewhere. I welcome any creative thoughts for sure on how to offset that tax rate. I'm just surprised and frustrated. And I also know that everyone around the table is doing their very best. I have heard a lot of really great things this evening. I appreciate the work put into this. But I think we need to have a larger conversation about how we are going to obtain the revenue that we need to keep this a livable place for everybody. And I know I had to recuse myself from voting in the section that included the crisis center. But I do want to say the number is not for certain known, but I emailed the director of the Coalition to End Homelessness and asked her how many people died as a result of homelessness in Concord last year, and that number was, she said, 16 or so. And that right there feels to me like a result of policy choice, whether I don't think deliberate, I think passive. I think we need to have a hell of a lot more care towards the people who have the least in this community. And I sound frustrated, but it's not at you all, it's not at my colleagues necessarily. It's at a system, and I'm not entirely sure what to do about it. But I think we should keep going with the creativity. And I will be supporting Councilor Grady Sexton's motion.
Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. On the point about us understanding as a council that the budget was likely to be increased by 5%, that was because last year we all voted for contracts for our employees that included 5% raises. So it wasn't a matter of expenses not matching up with revenue. It was a choice that this body made to support those new contracts for our employees. So having made that choice last year, you have to pay for it the following year and the year after and the year after. So as you might suspect, I have a bit of confusion because maybe 45 minutes ago, when I proposed to cut one position in which someone, was currently holding, everybody balked at that, as if that was absurd, that we couldn't possibly cut a position in which someone currently had. And yet right now, if you support Councilor Grady Sexton's motion, you're going to cut between 16 and 17 positions, more than likely. Maybe it'll only be 10. Maybe it'll only be 10. Maybe it'll be 14. Maybe it'll be 15. So if you're comfortable with doing that, then I think you should support Councilor Grady Sexton's motion. I'm not comfortable with it. I think trying to do a 2% increase after you've given 5% raises makes no sense. I think along the lines of 3.5% to 4% makes more sense. So I will not be supporting Councilor Grady Sexton's motion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I'm back on this, I think it's sort of it's not perverse logic, but I'm hearing from citizens that they're not happy with our decisions around capital spending. The decisions we made last year on capital spending, we didn't have to pay for last year, but we're paying for this year. And as Deputy City Manager said, it's $11.2 million, which is a lot of money. And so we're making this conversation around decreasing the budget, but the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program, is off ledger. It's off the table. And any cuts we make in the Capital Improvement Plan won't help us achieve some reduction in our budget. And so I guess if we're committed to reducing the budget, then we have to be committed to reducing the capital improvement budget. We have to have the same diligence and the same, that's what I'm hearing from our residents, because that won't hit this year, but it'll hit next year. And I think, given the consumer price index, I think 4% is much more reasonable, because I did not hear from my constituents that they wanted fewer services. I heard that they wanted lower taxes, and they were upset about the capital spending. So when they, they didn't say they wanted less services in the library or the parks or the snow plowing or any of that. But so I think in order to really feel like we're serving the citizens, we have to dialogue with them and say, is this what you wanted? I mean, because I heard something different. I heard that it's the capital improvement plan spending that they really, it's the big ticket items that they feel we have to, and I think we could go through the CIP, the capital improvement plan, and really take a hard look. Does everything have to be done this year, or can we push some of that out and defer some of that spending? So go ahead.
Councilor Sexton.
I really have a concern with the 2% for two reasons, because the city manager just said that it's impossible to go to 2% without cutting public safety. And if we are looking at increasing or keeping at 0% from last year the tax was at 2.98, am I correct?
Started at 2.96.
Yes,
That's
but
what we
at least
reduced it
it's
to.
higher than 2%.
But then we added more money because of the contract with the firefighters union.
That's correct. So we were at above 3%.
Like 3.2?
3.25.
3.25.
So I think it's unreasonable to say 2% without cutting the public safety. So I think we need to find another plan to make it easier for the city staff that we hire to do this work.
Call the question.
I have a motion to call the question.
Second.
Motion moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion to call the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Opposed? No?
No.
No. I believe the ayes have it. Question is called. That presents us with the vote, or the motion by Councilor Grady Sexton, which is very complicated, but basically calls for the city manager to bring us down to a 2% budget increase.
Roll call.
I have a request for a roll call. From Councilor Schultz. Councilor Schultz.
Me first. Yes.
Yes, in favor of
Yes
2%.
says a yes.
Okay. Councilor Sekou.
No.
Councilor Todd.
No.
Councilor Brown.
No.
Mayor Champlin votes no. Councilor Davey.
No.
Councilor Fennessy.
No.
Councilor Foot.
No.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Yes.
Councilor Horn.
Yes.
Councilor Caleb.
Yes.
Councilor Keach.
No.
Councilor Kretovic.
No.
Councilor Kurtz.
No.
Motion fails.
Councilor Schlosser votes no.
How did I miss you? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I wanted to
I'm so
call him
sorry.
to
We assumed you were with me.
All right.
Waited to the
So the motion fails 11-4. That's all right. Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion. I move that the city council authorize the city manager to further reduce his proposed budget to an amount necessary to result in an overall tax increase of no more than 4%. This should be achieved without further cuts to police or fire and with a cap of $1 million taken from reserve funds.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Councilor Davey.
I would move to amend that to be 1.2 million instead of one.
Reserves?
Yes.
I will accept that amendment.
All right, friendly amendment. Is the second who?
Yes.
Second.
The friendly second, all right. Councilor Brown.
Yes, I believe that we can actually go even lower. We haven't talked about how to reduce the debt service. The capital improvement projects that we approved last year are coming due $764,495 is just for golf course projects. I say that we turn the golf fund and the arena fund into enterprise funds, and that sum is picked up by the golf fund. So that reduces the debt service on the general fund. If you go to page,
That's all right, Councilor
I
Kurtz.
think we can go further. I will not be supporting this motion.
I believe that the debt service on the golf course is being covered by the golf fund
It
and
is
the
not.
recreation reserve fund. Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that the motion as it stands for the general fund is a good motion. I'm going to be supporting it. Any additional reductions that come from changes in the CIP is only going to better the tax rate for the residents. And so I'm going to vote for this so that we can move along and allow people that showed up for this public hearing to be able to participate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, Councilor Sekou?
I just have a question because the amendment now is 1.5, right?
1.2.
1.2. So the 1.2, do you consider still the 4% or you want to go lower than 4%, like 3.5 or 3.8, if we
Counselor-
take more money out?
Council, the motion on the table is 4%, using up to $1.2 million in undesignated reserve funds.
But do we have during this discussion, do we have also a right to ask those questions to make sure that we understand what is on the table?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm doing.
Can I explain myself?
Sure.
For what it's worth, I would have supported the 2%, but I wanted to add, that's what I was going to ask next, was like, can we reopen the discussion about unassigned fund balance? So.
Because if we take, I'm sorry.
Question?
Thank you. if we take the 1.2 and we are still keeping the rate at 4%, then the reduction that we are looking to do, I think we are not reducing the tax rate on people, especially knowing that this evaluation that is coming. So I just wanted to ask that question. If we are taking money out of our reserve, are we lowering the tax?
And I'm open to that still, if someone else wants to further reopen that.
Councilor Kretovic?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think last year we got into this trap where we said to the city manager, we want you to make the back of the budget changes. And we spent a year arguing about whether there was malfeasance by the city manager, the deputy city manager of finance, and everybody else in the city because he took money from reserve. So I think what Councilor Davey and Councilor Kurtz are supporting here is we're going to support the city manager to make the changes. And if it means taking money from reserve, go up to $1.2 million so that that argument ends. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Kurtz?
Yes, thank you. I'll just speak to my support of raising the draw on undesignated fund balance to 1.2 million. Generally, I'm very concerned about using undesignated fund balance without a plan. My willingness to tap it in a greater amount this year, though still limited, is due to the revaluation and to provide some buffer for the community who is facing an unknown shift in their tax bills. That said, I'm not interested or making a motion to go any higher because sadly I think our economy is going to get much worse before it gets better, and it is very likely that this community will need to draw heavily on the robust rainy day fund that the city manager has so carefully built up, squirreled away over the last several decades. So I think that using it in light of the valuation makes sense, and using it with great restraint is also wise.
Thank you. I will say that I will be voting in favor of the motion. I think that there have been many points well made around this table. People do move here because of the city, because of the kind of city we have. My sense of this council is that this council is looking inward and looking very short term. And I understand that because I know that there are people in the community who are concerned and frightened, and people who don't know what the revaluation, what impact this revaluation is going to have on them. However, it's the forward-thinking moments of this city council that have led to the success that we're experiencing today. The downtown program was a great risk. We took it, and it's paid immense dividends in a vibrant downtown. That's what's attracting people here. As has already been said, it's the amenities that we have. It's the pools. It's the golf course, sorry. It's the parks. It's, the hiking trails. It's, the overall safety of our community. We want to be a safe community. I want this to be a community where a kid can leave his bike on the front porch and not have to worry about it being there in the morning. I want this to be a community where when we have a health emergency, an ambulance shows up. When we have a fire, a fire truck shows up. I want this to be a community where people can take their kids to the park and kids can play in athletic leagues. Where people have recreational opportunities, where seniors can go to a community center and have a room dedicated to them, where kids can play soccer under lights at night. That's the kind of community I want, but that all does come with a cost. And I agree with the previous argument that the 2% proposal would have created a different community. And I agree with Councilor Schlosser, I don't think I'm hearing people say, I don't want to have the library open 6 days or 7 days a week. I don't want to have the community center open. I don't want to have a library open in Pennacook. They certainly are under stress, and I think that as we have dug down tonight, we've really looked at what the impacts and unearthed what the impacts of severe budget cuts are. I agree with Councilor Kurtz. I think that, going forward, we're possibly going to see more severe times, and we will be back at this table probably making more serious decisions. But I will support the motion that's made for the 4%. Although, Councilor Foote.
Roll call.
Roll call. Councilor Foote?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll ask you the same thing, Councilor Kurtz, as I asked Councilor Sexton. As part of the 4% increase, will you also ensure that, as part of that, that we maintain the paving, road paving, at the $2 million level that it is today?
No, I trust the city manager will prioritize those roads that need paving as part of a safety issue.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready for the vote? The roll call has been called. I'm sorry, Councilor Warren? Who had their hand up?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I would agree with you that some of us, including myself, are thinking short term because some of us cannot afford to keep paying these taxes. Some of us are not getting annual increases in our pay, and I'm hearing that from my constituents. And I'm insulted that you're that dismissive of the folks that already live here that cannot afford it and act as though, too bad, sorry, you can't afford to live here.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll just point out I'm on a fixed income as well. Are we ready for the vote? A roll call has been requested by Councilor Schultz. Councilor Schultz.
I'm sorry, I was out. Is it still the 4% and
Correct.
take 1.2?
Correct.
Up to 1.2.
Up to 1.2. Councilor Schultz?
No.
Okay. Oops, sorry. Councilor Sekou?
No.
Councilor Todd?
Yes.
Councilor Brown?
No.
Mayor Champlin votes yes. Councilor Davey?
Yes.
Councilor Fennessy?
Yes.
Councilor Foot?
No.
Councilor Grady Sexton?
Yes.
Councilor Horn?
No.
Councilor Caleb?
No.
Councilor Keach?
Yes.
Councilor Kretovic?
Yes.
Councilor Kurtz?
Yes.
Councilor Schlosser?
Yes.
9-6.
9.
Motion passes 9-6. All right, any further changes to the general fund budget? Councilor Brown?
Yes, as I had stated earlier, I believe that we can make cuts to the debt service by having the golf fund pick up the debt service that is related to the golf course. I'm talking about just the last 5 years, irrigation, clubhouse design, clubhouse construction, which comes to just for fiscal year 2027, $764,495. I do not believe the recreation reserve should be used for the clubhouse debt service because the golf fund does not contribute to the recreation reserve. I believe there is enough in the golf fund to cover that amount. So that is not on taxpayers.
Are you making a motion of any sort?
Yes, I make a motion that the $764,495, which is the which is the total of debt service projects for the golf course since fiscal year 2022, be levied against the golf fund and not the general fund.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Councilor Sekou?
I have just a legal question because we just took 1.2 million and then we voted. Do we need a 10 vote to pass that or we need just the right number of the vote? Because it's
Councilor,
money.
what's your question, Councilor?
My question is, if we are taking money and it's money related to, do we need 10 people vote or we need only majority?
It's a simple majority, Councilor.
Yes.
Majority.
Okay, thank you.
Majority. Councilor Kretovic?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to talk about one of the funds that is not funded by our taxpayers, which is our Economic Reserve Fund, and specifically the special projects. These would be the art festivals, the events that we've had for several of the organizations throughout the city. Last year, we funded that at $150,000. This was a granting proposal. You put together your proposal to get your festival up and running. Every year afterwards, we decrease the amount that we give to you. We heard testimony from several of the organizations that have benefited from that. I believe that the city manager said that this year, and you can confirm this, sir, that we only spent $90,000 out of that $150,000. Is that correct? Oh, maybe it's Mr. LeBrun that's going to
Now,
answer that
looking at
question.
Sue, whatever the report we gave to you,
Yeah, that's.
90.
I thought it was 102,000.
That was 103, it was 103 last, 102, 103 last year. This year, it's less than that, right? It's,
That's
yeah,
okay.
It's not 150,000.
I would say with that, the 4th of July parade is covered under that at $20,000. And so there is a little bit of buffer there. It would be my recommendation for the council to take the money out of economic reserve, set aside $100,000 so that we can continue to support the organizations in their last or third or second year that we already committed to. And again, it would be a reduction of amount we would give on an annual basis. It has zero impact to the tax base at all, but it also allows for us to continue the economic engine that we all wanted to see, which is bringing people to our beautiful city to live, work, stay, and play.
Counselor, would you agree that it would be good to see some of that money used to create events in Pennacook, other parts of the city?
I would leave it up to the committee to make the decisions, but I 100% agree with that.
Is there a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
I'll second.
Vote moved and seconded?
Can you repeat it,
Yeah, please.
To set aside $100,000 from the Economic Reserve Fund as the opportunity to continue our arts and festival programs.
Are we ready for the vote? Counselor Brown?
Yes, I disagree with this motion. I do not see festivals as bringing economic development. I see putting $100,000 towards the buses because a number of us attended the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute's conference, and it was transportation and childcare that are identified as the economic drivers. These festivals are not. And it is, you know, they are selective, they're small. We have numerous festivals that did not receive any seed money. The Wayfair Coffee, the Coffee Festival led to one coffee shop in Laconia getting $62,000 over the last 3 years. So I will not be supporting this. I think there are other ways that we can encourage economic development than through festivals.
Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion as presented? I'm sorry, Counselor Keach. I thought you said no. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would adamantly disagree with Councilor Brown. She's the person that opposed the car rally downtown. If you go to any one of these festivals, it absolutely fills the streets with people. It fills the restaurants. It fills the bars. It is definitely an economic driver. You know, a $9 bus ride on CAT is not driving the economy. I can guarantee you that. People filling the downtown is driving the economy.
Okay, Councilor Kurtz.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just also remind council we had compelling testimony from several of the festival organizers who spoke to the hotels being filled in Concord, the restaurants benefiting. And I would ask people to take a longer term view as well of our downtown, which is that as storefronts turn over and we want desirable businesses to rent those storefronts or purchase those properties and bring their businesses here, they have to see a city that invests in that downtown, and that is an economic driver.
Thank you. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I agree completely with Councilor Kurtz and Councilor Keach. I just wanted to point out one other thing to remember. There's two different ways that you can get economic benefits. One is rooms and meals tax, which when the state actually gives it to us, is a source of income that is not property tax. But to Councilor Kurtz's point, if you have a vibrant downtown, you have turnover, and you have thriving shops in those properties, it makes them more valuable. And one of the biggest issues we have right now, we're going to see with the revaluation, is our commercial property tax base as a share of the total property tax base is going down. If you want to change things, if you want to reverse that trend, you need to make investments to improve the commercial property tax base. So if you want to see the residential taxes go down, these are the types of just small investments that you can make through our reserve funds to do so.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Roll call.
All right. Roll call called by Councilor Brown. Councilor Brown.
No.
Mayor Champlin votes yes. Counselor Davy?
Yes.
Counselor Fennessy?
Yes.
Counselor Foot?
Yes.
Counselor Grady Sexton?
Yes.
Counselor Horn?
No.
Counselor Caleb?
No.
Counselor Keach?
Yes.
Counselor Kretovic?
Yep.
Counselor Kurtz?
Yes.
Counselor Schlosser?
Yes.
Counselor Schultz?
No.
Counselor Seku?
Yes.
Counselor Todd?
Yes.
Motion passes.
11 to 4.
Thank you, 11 to 4.
Rain Man.
I know, I'm brainiac. I know.
It's okay, it's hard.
Any other, Counselor Horn?
I would move motion to take $89,175 from the economic reserves to further fund the CAT. I did the ride along with them for their population count, and contrary to what has been said here, I witnessed multiple people going to work. I witnessed people going grocery shopping, going throughout our community, going downtown, and I do feel like that is absolutely an economic driver, considering, again, because our economy is going downhill currently.
What was the figure again?
89,175.
Thank you.
I think more people will be relying on public transportation as we go forward, and I just really feel like it's very important that that's the one charity that we should be putting money into.
Okay, that's a motion?
That's a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion.
Second.
Counselor
Who was
Davy?
first? Okay. I'll be supporting this, like the others who attended the ride-along and the volunteer opportunities. It was very telling to me that people kept coming up to CAT employees that day and saying, oh, is the bus actually running this weekend? This is the biggest increase in ask that CAT has ever asked of the city, almost 60%. It's the biggest they've ever asked in over 10 or 12 years. So I will be supporting this.
Okay. Counselor Seku?
I will be supporting this because I benefited from it. When my wife first came to this country in 2009, I only had one car, and I will tell you, without that, she would not have been able to go to work. So I think this is well spent for many people that cannot afford a car.
Counselor Brown?
Yes, I will, did you say Brown?
I did.
Oh, thank you. I will be supporting this. I thank you for making the motion. I think this absolutely is an economic driver.
Okay. Counselor Caleb?
Yes, thank you. I think this is the perfect example of an investment in our community that will pay dividends for people who desperately need it. And yeah, thank you, Councilor Horton.
Counselor Todd?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be supporting this also. The Pennacook route is usually, most months, the #1 traveled route. And I think as the comments were made, Councilor Seku, I totally agree. I mean, that's exactly what the need is. The need is people that need to get to work. And they need to go do their shopping. So I think this is a very wise investment. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I'll point, Counselor Kurtz.
Thank you. I'll also be supporting this motion. I think it's important for us to support economic development from all angles. And I thank Councilor Horn for the motion.
Mr. City Manager?
I think this is purely a policy decision for your points. I'm not going to take a position on it, but I would note that I believe the state is reducing their contribution. So again, this is a case of downshifting, clearly.
Yeah.
And the city, and when they see communities willing to step up and take on these costs, could expect to continue to see that downshifting occur. And this is the state saying, we're getting loads of federal dollars, we're keeping them for ourselves, and we're not providing them to community public transportation and people who need it. And the city is stepping into that place. So just I think this is just a trend that's going to continue. So,
Councilor Kretovic?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you saying that, Mr. City Manager, because my concern is that we would fund it this year out of Economic Reserve Fund. What will we do next year? Because if we're going to take this on, we take this on every year. It's kind of like what Councilor Fennessy was saying. We gave our employees a 5.5% or 5% increase, but we're not going to raise the taxes to cover it.
I will say that the city manager took the words out of my mouth. This is an example of the state shifting expenses to the city. And as Councilor Kretovic notes, it's Economic Reserve Fund. It's not a regular general fund item. And it is a continuing expense, unlike the festivals, which is,
Come and go.
right, exactly. So I just point that out so that the council and the public understands this. The state has withdrawn their funding, and now we're stepping in. And we're not going to get, I've always felt that in order to increase funding to CAT, we needed extended routes, we needed extended hours, we needed weekend service or evening service. And that's not going to get us any of this. This is going to basically maintain the status quo. I also wrote on the catch and did a survey. I understand the need and I understand the people who use it on a daily basis. But just want to make sure that the council is aware. Those are the factors. Are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
The chair is in doubt. I'm going to conduct a roll call.
It's the ayes.
Only 3 no's.
All right. All right. Council Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Champlin votes yes. Council Davey.
Yes.
Council Fennessy.
No.
Council Foot.
No.
Council Rady Sexton.
No.
Council Horn.
Yes.
Council Caleb.
Yes.
Council Keach.
No.
Council Kretovic.
No.
Council Kurtz.
Yes.
Council Schlosser.
Yes.
Council Schultz.
Yes.
Councilor Seku.
Yes.
Councilor Todd.
Yes.
The motion passes.
10 to 5.
Thank you, 10 to 5.
You're welcome. I'm just doing a tally. Yours is.
Yeah, I'm taking the votes. I'm doing that.
Your Honor, 2-minute break?
No. I want to move us forward.
Thank you.
If you need to take a rest break, please feel free to do so. There are people out here. And if there are no other general fund issues, do you have one?
I do.
Okay.
I do have one more. It's
All
a
right.
friendly question to my dear friend, Councilor Schlosser.
Sure.
Councilor Schlosser, are you in favor of using $70,000 out of the
Counselor,
highway?
we're not in the CIP. If that's where you're going.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know. The Highway Reserve Fund is a reserve fund, is it not? Is that in the general fund or is it in the CIP? Or are
But it would be a
is it
CIP,
CIP
but it would be
project?
a CIP project.
I will hold my tongue.
Thank you. Are there any other general fund? Councilor Caleb.
Hello, yes, thank you, Your Honor. I won't go on a soapbox again. I just have a quick question. My question, when we were talking about unassigned fund balance and thinking about offsetting the tax rate, this popped into my head. So I understand that we are releasing more value from our TIF districts this year. What does it look like to, A, either release even more, or B, dissolve one of the TIF districts and return the funds to the general fund? That's a kind of a big question, but a question related to offsetting this tax rate.
Does Mr.
Needs more specifics on that
Yeah.
question. What TIF district?
NEOC.
Which one?
NEOC
NEOC
TIF.
TIF.
The octave. Matt, you want to?
Mr. Walsh. Welcome. We haven't seen you today. Yeah.
Almost escaped.
You see me, you haven't heard from me. Good evening. So the Neoctiv district currently releases 66% of its assessed value, which is $33.5 million of value that's coming out of there, which generates $993,000 in property tax revenues for the city's general fund, Concord School District, the county, and the state of New Hampshire. I did not break out the exact dollar amount of what that would be to the city directly, but I can tell you all three TIF districts release about $1,670,000 of tax revenue from released value that comes out of that. The city collects $581,000, which is a bit more than 1% on your tax rate, so it reduces your tax rate by 1%. I think the Neoctiv district right now has all TIF districts are governed by a development program and financing plan. Those plans basically say that the district continues to exist until such time as all the debt service is paid off, which it is not in the New York TIF district yet. And the city council has to take a vote to actually close the district. And if the city council was going to close the Neoctif district, enough money would have to be reserved in order to pay off the remaining debt service. I do not know what that number is off the top of my head tonight. And you would also have to make decisions about what to use with the available fund balance that is in that district. And I think you would hear from city administration that it would be appropriate to think about putting some of those dollars in reserve funds for future projects that are on the books there, such as Store Street North, which is CIP 18, or the Merrimack River Greenway Trail, which is CIP 543. But it's a process that I would counsel the council not to try to do during the budget process. But that would be that. Going back to how much released value comes out, as you know, we're releasing the amount of value that's coming out of the Sears Block TIF district, which is downtown around the Hotel Concord building and Main Street. That's going up by from 20% to 30% of released value this year. So that means we're, instead of releasing, last year we released 10.7 million in value. This year it'll be 17.3 million. And that will yield $513,000 in tax revenue for the city's general fund, the school district, Concord School District, County, and the state. In Pennacook, we're releasing, we're going from 15% to 20% of assessed value, which is $3.5 million, now going to $5.25 million of released assessed value, which will yield $165,000 for the city's general fund, Merrimack Valley School District, the county, and the state combined. I would say that we were very diligent about trying to release more this year, hence what was proposed in the manager's budget. I would be cautious about trying to release more, especially where we're going to have a reval and there might have to be abatements that come out of those TIF district funds for those new projects that we're building inside there. That's where those abatement dollars would come from. They wouldn't come probably from the overlay. And for future financial implications for the TIF that would go along with that. And now I'm just rambling, so I'll stop there. You have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You set, Council?
Yeah, that was helpful. I see a question from Councilor Horn. She can
Councilor
ask
Horn.
us.
How long does it take if we voted, I understand you're saying not to do it in the budget time, if we voted to close the Neoctif, the legalities and the operations, how long does that process take?
It's a lengthy process, and it usually takes months if you're going to amend a TIF district. I think the closing process would be a little bit faster than that. To throw out a number tonight, I think it's probably like take about 6 months to do that. Yep.
Can I follow up?
I'll follow up. Go ahead.
Could you get us the debt service that we have on that at some point, not tonight, but at some point?
We can report on that, sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilor Kurtz?
It's okay, I'll hold it for future
Councilor
conversation.
Floyd?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate the answer that you provided. So relative to this TIF district we're talking about, what do you call it, Neoctif?
Neoctif.
Basically, it's Constitution and Commercial Street. Right?
Yep.
And so, it's my understanding, this has been kept open for, what's it, we on 35 years now?
It was formed, I want to say it was created in 1998, so whatever the math is on that.
It was my first project when I came here.
Excuse me?
My first project when I came here.
Nice. So it's my understanding we've been keeping this open to allow for the interstate improvements in the exit interchanges to be improved. Is that
There's two reasons why it's been kept open. First of all, there's outstanding debt service on the land that we bought between Store Street and Constitution Avenue, South Commercial Street, which is called the former Tunis property. It's behind the old DOT facility that just got renovated into apartments, and where the parking lot at least just got done with Concord Trailways. So that's part one. There's outstanding debt of when we purchased that property, and we purchased that property 14 or 15 years ago. And then the other piece of it is you have in your development program and financing plan, as well as your capital improvement program, a project which was number 18, which is to extend Store Street north from where it curves up behind the Doubletree and back to Main Street, all the way. It will now go up to Commercial Street, Horseshoe Pond Lane, towards the Grapponi Conference Center. And that project's been delayed because the state of New Hampshire has said they would work with us, although I don't know if we have this in writing, but they would work with us on the big piece, which is resolving the railroad issues that are located basically between Store Street and Horseshoe Pond Lane, where we just purchased it. So that section of railroad has to be reworked because part of it's controlled by CSX, part of it's controlled by the state of New Hampshire. And in order to get Store Street to go through there, the railroad issues have to be resolved, and the state said they would resolve those issues and construct the railroad improvements as part of the I-93 Bow Concord project.
And is it my understanding that that is no longer being funded?
I think I-93, the Bow Concord project, as far as I know, is still in design and moving forward with design and permitting. But I think the actual construction project for Bow Concord is not certain at this time. Yeah.
Right. Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Walsh, the Neotiff District, we are on the precipice of a fantastic parking garage that goes over Store Street coming down when the state of New Hampshire opens up their beauty across the street. And in that, is the Neotiff also part of the area that is covered under that potential redevelopment section where the parking garage resides today?
No, my recollection is the Neotiff District's southerly boundary is essentially Ladden Road, Bridge Street, and the state's legislative garage is south of there.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to move on to the CIP?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you.
All right, any changes to the CIP? Councilor Todd.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, I have a proposal on a CIP. Go back to last year. CIP 594 is the Concord Fire Department Central Station design work, bonded last year for $150,000. That project has not started. I would like to repurpose those dollars, not necessarily during this budget, but to bookmark it for consideration at next year's budget as part of the capital closeout or sooner. And the reason I'm not proposing to do it now is we'd have to add an extra item to the 4 items that we're going to be voting on tonight, and it's just a little messy. So I'd rather not do it that way. But if we repurpose those dollars, it could be done in conjunction with continued conversations with Chief Chisholm. And the goal here is to have a study performed in a timely manner with the proposed actual construction of the new facility. So in other words, because the rest of that project has now been pushed to the out years, and we're not certain when that actually will become a viable project, I wouldn't want us to pay $150,000 for a study that's going to sit on a shelf, and then 7 or 8 years later when we say, oh, we're going to do the station now, we pull it off, oh, you know, we got to redo the study, we've got to spend another $100,000 or $150,000. 200,000, correction, thank you, duly noted. So that's really my intent on that. And then in conjunction with this, I'd like to move CIP 252, which is fire station improvements to pave parking at Heights Broadway and Central for $350,000 to fiscal year 2028. And so it may be possible to repurpose the $150,000 from that we approved from last year from CIP 594 to that project, and in fact maybe even split it up so that we're not, you know, we don't have to do all the paving at once. We could do a portion of it or whatever we could pay to using that $150,000, so we wouldn't be able to have to do. And really, or ideally, really, let's say something else happens during the course of the year, and we recognize, oh, you know, we have that $150,000 from this. We could use that for this project. So if something happens during the course of the year, it could be earmarked for that. So those funds from CIP 594 that were approved last year could be moved at any time during the course of the year. But I just don't want to do that tonight. But my motion is, though, for tonight, to move CIP 252 to FY 2028.
So that is your motion, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Can you repeat the motion?
Could you repeat your motion?
The motion is really to move CIP 252, which, Councilor Schultz, that is the fire station improvements, parking lots over there, to the next fiscal year 2028.
Push it back. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion passes. Any other changes to the CIP? Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. In response to the community's indications that they'd like us to demonstrate great restraint in our CIP and really think about essentials versus nice to haves, I propose deferring CIP 107, which is clubhouse and maintenance buildings, specifically replacing the event tent flooring at Beaver Meadow Clubhouse. And also, I have 2 other CIPs related to the golf course. Should I say them all at once, or should we take them separately?
Let's do them all at once.
Okay. CIP 235 for $50,000. That's driving range upgrade. The driving range is being moved and upgraded as part of the project that's already going on. This would be to extend it, and I believe we could defer 1 year. And then CIP 530 in part. The 530 includes 2 pieces of golf course equipment. One is the updated triplex mower, which I support keeping for $65,000 because the mower is essential to the function of the golf course, but deferring for a year the $35,000 dedicated greens roller. There is a greens roller. It is cumbersome, but it functions. And my intent in deferring these a year is that we are updating and building the clubhouse, and I'd like us to look at the operations of the course and revisit them next year.
I'll second.
Thank you, Counselor. Moved and seconded. Counselor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's wise to wait on the event tent. With the redesign of the parking lot and where the drainage is going to be, it kind of spills over in that area where the tent is today. That tent floor is not something you can pick up and move and put to another spot. It's there, and it fails. Trust me, we've been there for Ward 3 vote counting when the floor was floating because of the water, and it's not in great shape now. But I do think that Councilor Kurtz makes a really important point. We have a new clubhouse that is coming, and we want people to be encouraged to use the banquet room and the new patio. And I think that we will be encouraging that if we are lessening the number of events that are in the current tent if we can, or if we need to, and encourage people to use the clubhouse, deferring this for a year when we may actually find out that we're going to put it in a different place. Makes sense.
Further discussion, Counselor Fennessy.
Thank you. On the event tent, I don't support the removing the money just because this is one of the things that helps generate revenue. So although we're going to have a new clubhouse and we'll have some additional space, the new space is not big enough for sort of your biggest tournaments, and the only way to do that is really under the tent. The new floor, the expectation is you're not going to be able, the current floor, you're not going to be able to move to a new spot. That's just not going to happen. So I think we want to have the money in there prepared so that as soon as the new clubhouse is open, you know, next season, this is fiscal year 27, so, you know, next spring we want to be able to still host these large events to help continue to generate revenue for the golf fund. On the driving range, that is probably the single best way to generate revenue because there's virtually no labor required. People just show up, they pay you money, they go pound balls. You have to pay someone to go pick them up, but the revenue you're generating for the level of service that you have to provide is very minimal. And so I think, as my understanding, the improvements are to make it so that with sort of the other work that's going on, we want to make sure that there's sufficient space for people to continue to hit balls. So I think not spending that money is penny wise and pound foolish because you'll limit your revenue opportunities in the next year.
Councilor Kurtz.
Follow-up questions for Councilor Fennessy or Mr. City Manager. It's my understanding that the driving range will be upgraded, and those funds are already included in the projects that are happening right now, that all 12 bays, and that this would be an additional 6 bays. Is it possible, I assume with design, the space exists and then the bays could be added in a later year? Is that accurate?
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Pat will give you the details here.
Currently, as part of the construction project on the new clubhouse, the only thing being done to the driving range is the actual ball shed is being relocated. because it's on top of some of the utilities, buried utilities. So nothing's happening on the driving range proper. So what this project is designed to do is basically upgrade the hitting area. The driving range does a lot of revenue. Last year we did $138,122 on the driving range. The only limitation to generating more revenue there is space. You know, oftentimes people are sitting, waiting. We've had people walk away before because it's too much of a wait to get hitting space. So this project would be designed to upgrade the hitting area, extend it in areas where we have space already, but just improve that area so we could either add more mats, possibly add a continuous hitting strip that would condense the area that everybody needs to hit. But it would be increasing space so we can increase revenue on the driving range.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up
Sure.
about the tent flooring?
Sure.
Pushing that out.
The new tent space, what is the floor of that if we don't appropriate funds for this tent flooring?
Currently, the tent floor is in rough shape. If the tent needs to be moved for any of the grading work or whatever site work happens after the current building is taken down, we don't know what that's going to happen. The tent possibly will have to get moved. It also would need to be moved closer to the current building for servicing it for outings and events that are in there from the restaurant's perspective. We've been told in exploring moving it at one point, we thought we may have to move it for a retention pond that was being built as part of the parking lot. In consulting with our tent vendor, they told us as soon as you move this floor, it's going to need to get replaced. It's constructed of 4x4 square plastic panels, for lack of a better term, that are all cam locked together. So due to seasonal movements and things like that, all these cam locks have cracked or otherwise unoperational. Once you dislodge them, you're not going to be able to put them back together.
Follow-up?
What is the timing? So it sounds like the timing of when there's going to be a new tent and need a new floor is unclear. So I'm not suggesting we don't do this. I'm just suggesting we defer a year. So can you help me understand?
Yeah, the timing of moving the tent would be basically at the completion of the project.
Which is slated to be when?
Towards the end of this year, December or so, somewhere in that ballpark.
And the tent wouldn't be used until the spring?
And the tent wouldn't be used till spring at that point.
And there's
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you, sorry. And there's a foundation, right? Like a concrete slab or something that the tent goes over, or the tent is on grass?
The tent right now is on basically a gravel sub-base. It was dug out, gravel was added. I'm not sure the depth. I think it was somewhere around a foot deep. It wasn't truly adequate at the time, but.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, given the information we've received, I'd like to split up my motion to treat these separately.
Sure.
The
Would
event
you like to
floor.
withdraw your motion and make two?
Sure, I would love to withdraw my motion.
And
Thank
is
you
the
for that
second-
excellent
you're welcome.
suggestion.
Is the second withdrawn?
Okay,
All
okay,
right.
thank you very much. So I will take
I
these.
recognize Councilor Kurtz.
Thank you. I would like to take these one at a time. I still move that we defer CIP 107, replacing the event tent flooring for 1 year in the CIP.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
The ayes have it.
May I make another
Yes, you
motion?
may.
Thank you. I make a second motion on CIP 235, the driving range upgrade. I make a motion to defer that 1 year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Let me say, I am concerned about losing revenue on that one. You know, I almost wonder, do you really need the triplex motor?
Well, currently, we're running a 20-year-old one that just had some serious hydraulic leak problems. So the idea with the triplex mower is to get rid of that very old machine.
I understand that.
Your Honor, I thought we were not going to talk about mowers.
That was 2 hours ago.
That was 2 hours ago, indeed.
Well played.
All right. Point well taken. All right, I'm inclined to vote against that motion just because I'm concerned about the revenue, losing the revenue that would be generated by the additional six bays. Yeah. All right. All in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Noes have it, the motion fails.
Great.
All right.
And
Other,
there's
yes,
one more. for
one
Leah.
more.
Half of CIP 530, I would like to defer the $35,000 purchase of a dedicated greens roller.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Ayes have it. Okay. Any other changes to the CIP? Thank you, gentlemen. Councilor Schlosser.
So I would like to request that the changes in the end of Broadway where it hits South Main, it's going to cost about $70,000 to improve the safety there. There have been 3 accidents that have hit that house, and city staff have estimated that it would cost about $70,000, and I suggest we take that out of the highway paving program so that, I don't know what that would short us a little bit on the highway, $70,000 in the highway paving program, but we could purpose it for unless the city manager has a better idea.
Just to clarify, may I?
Yes,
Just to
please.
clarify. So I think what that would be adding to CIP 520.
Is that what it is?
$70,000 out of the highway reserve, so there'd be additional money coming in for the reserve, so it doesn't impact paving.
Taxpayer.
Okay,
I see.
so we just bring more dollars.
So
into
the
it.
motion would be to increase the funding from the highway reserve for CIP 520 by $70,000.
Correct.
Targeted at interim safety changes to.
I wouldn't use the word target. I would use.
Yeah, that's true. I don't want to make light of
for
that,
the
though.
transportation.
Applied.
But the aim is to move forward with that project.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for clarifying that.
I'd like
Moved
to
and
second
seconded.
that motion. Thank
Any
you.
discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying, I'm sorry, Councilor Kretovic.
Maybe this is a question for the city manager or the city solicitor. Given that this was an accident driven by a DWI, and this house is likely getting insurance money for the replacement of the house, is there any way for the city to reap some of the, some sort of revenue from an insurance claim against the driver that hit the house that we have to take $70,000 to provide safety for this neighborhood?
John,
Welcome, Mr. Conforti.
I'd be
You're
glad
like
to
Bass.
comment.
We've missed you as much as we missed Mr.
Thank
Walsh.
you. To your honor, councilors, I understand the question. I think it would be difficult to recover for safety enhancements that we're doing after the fact. So I don't see a method of recovery right now. I'm familiar with the case just through press, but I don't at this point in time see that as a likely avenue of recovery.
I thought it was just a worthy question to ask.
I appreciate it, and it's good to always explore these as potential recoveries, but as I look at it right now, I don't see one.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Any further changes to the CIP? Councilor Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the CIP item 59, Terrell Park improvements, there's $300,000 towards that in this fiscal year. I would ask that we pull those monies away from that and have those, and it's going to be bonded, correct, Mr. Manager?
A portion.
Okay, that's right. And then take those monies and not commit to Terrell Park when we know we have some major improvements that are needed at Memorial Field and other places. So I'd like to remove the I think it was 309,000, 200,000 was bonding, and about 109 was.
Do you want me to help?
Yes, please.
Okay, 210,000 for bond.
Correct.
And $90,221, that was closeout. Thank you, Tim. Closeout dollars. So
So-
you'd use the closeout dollars for something recreation related.
Correct. I just, man,
Yes, go
I just don't think, I don't see the benefit of spending that money at that park when we know that we're gonna have to maintain it if we can ever grass without irrigation at it. And I think it was a good faith gesture to help alleviate some of the athletic field needs, the immediate needs, but long-term, I think that it's best for the city if we save those monies, save the bonding for other improvements, i.e. Memorial Field, which we know is pending.
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion to push it back to a later year, Counselor?
If that's what you want,
I'm trying to figure out
the
what the motion
consensus is, but I don't think it's a wise use of taxpayer money or bonding money at this point to be spending money on a field that we're likely can't grow grass, and when you don't have irrigation and you want to use it, that field will be either a dust bowl for recreation or it'll be a mud bowl because it's those are the swings. So I just don't think it's a wise use of money. I think it's also an area that we'll have to expand upon our maintenance activities through recreation. So I'm just not in favor of bonding, spending taxpayer money at this point at that location.
I'll second what I think is a motion.
All right, I think the motion is to push it back to fiscal 28? 29, fiscal 2029, is that? All right, moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Councilor Seku and then Councilor Schlosser.
No, go ahead, please. So I just want to ask Councilor Foote, so you're on the Memorial Field Committee, and I know there's going to be a squeeze of practice fields. And I think at least my understanding, part of the logic of this is that, yeah, it won't be a fancy field, but it'll be a field. So people could do some sort of practices there, not necessarily games. But if that's not necessary, then I would agree with your proposal that we just defer it. But are the sports practice teams going to need some extra space to practice when Runlet starts getting built and we try to redo Memorial Field? And I would defer to your wisdom on this one.
Go ahead.
So I've requested both the school and the recreation department provide me with their field usage. The reason I did that is because as a retired person that likes to bicycle around the city, I go by numerous parks and I've seen other entities that are not related to the city of Concord utilizing those fields.
I see.
So I think we need to be better managers of our usage. And as I said before, we can go in and we can clear it, fill it, loam it, seed it, but if we're not irrigating it, it's either going to be a dust bowl or a mud bowl, depending on the season. I just don't think it's a wise use of taxpayer money.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Council second.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I had the pleasure of riding with David Gale, and I think the city manager did a great job the other day explaining this is not a project that started yesterday or 2 days ago or 3 days ago. This tells us that the priority of this decision that just was put on the table, it's really about area. It's not about, because I think Councilor Foote priority is Memorial Field. So he doesn't see the importance of investing in that field. And I would love to have David Gale here, please, if you don't mind, because David Gale was saying that if we want to see the beauty of Concord, we are not asking for anything. This is just to make it plain field and there's no maintenance maintained. It's to clean and organize. And David, could you please?
Mr. Gill, come up.
Sure, he's on his way.
Mr. Gill.
You can come up briefly.
Can I continue my?
He only wants to be brief.
Seems like I saw you only yesterday.
You did last night, less than 12 hours ago. Yes.
And David gave me like a run through, this has been more than 50 years. And the side of that area of the city is part of Concord. And I think it's very important for all of us to put in mind that they are not asking for more. This park has been on wait for God knows when. And I think it's very important for us today to consider the ones that we have been pushing. If our priority is changing, then our priority shouldn't change to the things that has always had attention to the city. And I would ask you, David Gale, could you please give us the history, how many years this happened? You said that we have been pushing this for more than 50 years,
I have
right?
to be quick here. I'm getting the look from Tom. 1959 was the first master plan of the park. I think there's been 4 master plans created, and I think it was 2019 through Atlanta Water Conservation Grant. We did the Merrimack River Greenway Trail and Dog Park. And we had the tour, Ward 8 doesn't have a playing field, doesn't have a playground, doesn't have a court, so that was part of the conversation tour I had.
So that's where I was heading. Thank you. When we look at equity, we said Ward 8 doesn't have any. Is that equity? Is that just a priority where we are going to invest our money or not? Because I think this has been something that has been on wait and wait and wait because we don't see certain areas of the city as a priority. And I would be voting against this. And every child and every city and every corner of the city deserve the same attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I just want to, I know Director Gill can probably speak better to this than perhaps I can, but originally Terrell Park was supposed to be the site of a turf field. And there were supposed to be lights, and that was the plan until the people in the neighborhood determined that they wanted the money for lights to go to Keach Park instead. And so we shifted from planning to have a turf field with lights at Terrell Park and shifted the money for lights to Keach Park. So at this point, what this money is going to do is to just create a space, perhaps for a practice field. Now, part of the reason why we moved away from doing a turf field there was the school district basically told us they didn't want to pay the transportation costs to bus people over there to use a turf field. So that's part of the history why we've kind of gone back and forth as to what we're going to do there. I'm a little bit torn on this because I do think it would be useful to put some money in to try and make this usable. Certainly it's not going to be like a top class field, but I do think there's foresight by Director Gill and the city manager here. We've got this space, you know, let's make an investment to use it.
That's all we're asking.
But I also hear what Councilor Foote says. He knows a lot more than I do about fields, and so I admit I'm a little torn on whether we invest here or not.
Move the question.
Motion has been made. Is there a second to move the question?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All right. All those in favor of moving the question, please, thank you, Mr. Gill. Please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
Question is moved. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
You restate could you just, what is the motion?
The motion is to move CIP 59 to fiscal year 2029.
I see, thank you.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion?
Roll call.
All those in, roll call?
Please.
Okay. All right. Councilor Sekou.
No.
Councilor Todd.
Yes.
Councilor Brown.
Yes.
Mayor Champlin votes no. Councilor Davey.
No.
Councilor Fennessy.
No.
Councilor Foote.
Yes.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
No.
Councilor Horn.
No.
Councilor Caleb. Councilor Keach.
No.
Councilor Kretovic.
No.
Councilor Kurtz.
No.
Councilor Schlosser.
No.
Councilor Schultz.
No.
Ayes have it, 12 to 13. I'm sorry, the noes have it. It's getting
How
late.
much five
Noes
do you
have
today?
it, sorry, I didn't mean, noes have it, 12. I was excited that I knew what the vote was. 12 to 3. All right, any further changes to the CIP? Councilor Brown.
Yes, 51 White Park, 475,000. I want to cut all of that except 15,000, which I do not want to bond. I would rather just use that, take it out of our unassigned fund balance. I don't think we need to bond $15,000. We heard that dredging the pond only costs $15,000. That's it. You know, Councilor Schlosser, we talked that the CIP, all these projects add up. We don't need to dredge. If it only costs $15,000 to do the hydro raking, I think that's the way to go.
So that's a motion? Is there a
Yes,
second?
my motion is that we reduce 475,000. We do not dredge White Pond. We use 15,000 from the unassigned fund balance to do hydro raking, as we have done for a number of years.
That's CIP 51, correct?
CIP 51.
Is there a second?
For discussion purposes only, I have a couple of questions.
Okay. The motion is moved and seconded. Council Foot, did you want to speak to it?
So, help me out here. Will the hydro raking allow the black ice tournament to be not, so the impediment for the vegetation, will that prevent the ice from freezing just from hydro raking? And I see Councilor Fennessy's hand is up.
Do we want Mr. Gill to come?
I would suggest Director Gill can probably address this, but I think we've tried hydro raking a few times.
Could I, David, before you, could you start with how we left it last with the council very recently?
Yes, I think it was 3 or 4 months ago, I wrote a report. We looked at doing the full dredge. It was $500 to $1 million, depending on the option. I asked permission, and you granted me to go back to the state to try to look at a less expensive option. That was the hydro raking. We're in the process of getting the permits reviewed to see if that's allowed. The cutting that we've done in the past, we have money still available to do that this June. So we don't have to appropriate anything else. So the hydro raking is just an option if the state's okay with us to help improve the pond.
Mr. City Manager.
So this is what the council agreed on just a few months ago, was to, as everybody I'm sure recalls, to, we would come back, we would not spend any of this money, and then we would come back and then you would look at all the options and then choose an option to do it year to year, to let it just grow in, to dredge the whole thing out, and then you would make a decision. And you'd want to talk to the neighborhood about that. So that's how we left it. So, and the understanding was that, what I told you was that even though the money's in the budget, the money would not be spent until you made that decision on how to do it. So if you want to change your mind from a few months ago, I understand.
If you're an expert on hydro raking?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Councilor Brown.
Yes, I understand that the lotus seeds that are there that are causing all that vegetation, those can be dormant for 13 years. So dredging is no guarantee that that would be eradicated. Is that right?
That's correct. That's why we're looking at the hydro raking option.
Right. Hydro raking is what we have been doing.
No, that's
What is that?
harvesting. We've been harvesting right now.
That's a harvester.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's $15,000 a year, and we have funds available in the CIP for the pond. I think it was 3 years ago, so we're still using that to keep it going.
Follow-up, Your Honor.
Follow it.
Mr. Gill, can you remind me how often, now we had a great cold winter and black ice was out there, but before that, the winters were just warmer. So I feel like this is spending money to try to guarantee that we're going to get ice when there's no guarantee that it's going to be cold enough.
My recommendation is you would do this even if we were in Florida. You're losing the pond. I've been here 25 years. Probably a quarter of it is grown in, plus or minus. It hasn't been dredged since the 80s. You got a lot of organic material in there. You may remember, was it 5 or 6 years ago, we had the fish kill because the parasite was in there. The water wasn't clean. So I would recommend you do it anyway at some point. Then it will no longer be a pond.
Thank you. Follow up.
In the 80s, I believe that when they tried to clean it, people got stuck because it is a bog. It is just a deep bog. And from what I have heard from Bob Pollock, who was the city planner for 30 years, that it's all connected to even the back area behind the trolley stop.
Yeah, in 1980, the pond was 10 to 12 feet deep. They got to 3/4 of it. They gravelled it in. The area next to the skate house is a bog. And they also run out of money, and they get some equipment stuck. The benefit of a hydro rake is basically a floating barge that will go in there and be able to remove it versus coming in with equipment with a full dry dredge.
What was?
Yeah, hang on. Councilor Kretovic, did you have a question?
I thought we were in the weeds and that I would move the question.
Thank
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Move the question. Thank you, Mr. Gill. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, ayes have it. Here's the motion. So the motion is to remove the $475,000 from CIP 51 and move $15,000 from the Recreation Reserve to dredge White Park. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. Thank you. Any other changes to the CIP? Councilor Brown.
Yes, item number 64, arena improvements. That is $3.2 million. We are putting $170,000 from the general fund to prop up the arena. We had a conversation that this is a watershed moment. We
Going
need
to make
to
a motion,
decide.
please.
My motion is to push this off for a year until after the revaluations and people can determine if this is truly what we want to be investing in.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Go ahead. You speak to your motion.
Yes. So we have been talking about CIPs, and this is going to create even more debt service next year. I think by this time next year, people will have had their tax bills. They'll have a better understanding of what they can afford, what we can afford as a community, what we want to invest in. And I know that we're planning on having more conversations about expanding the use of the arena. This buys us time to have those conversations without the investment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Secco.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think last time when we were talking about improvement and trying to really help every facility, including the arena, to generate more funds to at least take care of itself, we realized that we have to do some improvement. And I'm going to vote against this because we cannot ask any entity or any organization or any area of the city to generate more money if we are not willing to invest, at least to improve it a little. So,
Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to vote against this as well. When I heard the director come up and talk to us about the significance of if we have a pneumonia leak, oh, hey, no, not on our watch. That's why I'm a no.
Ready? Councilor Caleb.
Yes, to Councilor Kredovic's point, that's what I was thinking as well. And the ammonia potential is concerning. So the only real option would to be, if we didn't bond out for this compressor, would be to not have ice. And I don't know if we are at a point where we've done enough community consulting about use of the arena, future of the arena, to make that decision right now.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be voting against this. I mean, this is a continued pattern of gutting all recreational services, golf courses, arenas, parks. I mean, where does it end? I mean, we either want to live in a community that we invest in or we don't. And if you want to close the arena, but do it right or don't do it at all.
Councilor Fennessy.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out, we've already had an ammonia leak at the ice arena. I believe we had one this winter. So I think this is something we need to address.
Do I remember that piece of equipment is 70 years old? Thank you. All right, are we ready for the vote?
Yes.
All in favor of the motion made by Councilor Brown, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
All right, noes have it. Any other changes to the CIP? All right, seeing none, Mr. City Manager, does staff need time to compile the changes that we proposed?
We don't do a revised resolution. That will come to you on the final night. But we could give you a picture of what the actions were.
Yeah, we could go back and we could draft a note just to itemize exactly the changes that have been proposed in the Finance Committee and bring that back to you. I think the city manager, in the general fund, the city manager still has to go back and do some work, so you won't be, my understanding is you're not voting on the budget tonight. You're just going to have the public hearings and then you'll reconvene at a later date to actually vote on the budget, or?
No. I would love to wrap it up tonight. If you guys can't do that, I mean, I would like to at least wrap up the business of the Finance Committee tonight.
Yep.
And if we then have to have the City Council meeting with the public hearing on another night, we could do that. But I would like to wrap up the work of the Finance Committee.
Absolutely, we can do that part. I was just interested in the additional work that the city manager has to do to get to the 4% on the general fund. Or do you want to go and work on that right now?
Do you, get going. So what would you like to have? Do you want to finish everything tonight after the public testimony?
Well, the hour is late, and the public testimony should be part of the city council meeting.
Okay, so why don't you, how about we go work on these numbers? You have your public testimony, because people have been sitting here, they've heard what the changes are. And then, you need a second meeting.
Well, if I could, what I could do right now, Mr. Manager, is I have the list of all the changes that have been made. I could read them off and make sure that everybody agrees with that. And then we could go back and work on the information that the city manager has to provide guidance to us on for the general fund and getting to the 4%. And you'd be able to, at least if I give you the list of everything, you could at least conclude the finance committee meeting.
That's what I'd like to do.
That information. And then you could open the general city council meeting. You could open each one of the items, have the public hearings while we're completing the work that we have, and we could probably be back in, I'm going to say 45 minutes or so if everything works okay, and maybe see if we can figure something out to
All right,
bring
let's
back to
do
you
that.
for the city council meeting.
All right,
Does that work? Let me get my computer and I'll read them off to you.
All right. So the deputy city manager for finance is going to read off the list of what we've approved tonight, or what we've said, all right? Make sure that everybody's on the same page, and then we will recess, or rather, we will adjourn as the finance committee. We will reconvene as city council, and we'll hold the public hearing. Tonight.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could we have someone type the list while he reads it to us? Is he going to read us the list? Is he reading us the list?
We're going to have the hearing while they
Oh.
work on it.
Yeah, finance.
He's going to put it up there.
Finance.
You want?
He's going to read us the list. We could type it so that the community can see everything that was up there.
Right,
That's
like
all I was
literally in that
suggesting.
Sit at that computer.
Sit at that computer, open a Word document, and type.
Yeah.
Too punchy.
That's all.
Hang on, I'm going to declare a brief recess, yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
That's all I was suggesting.
I know.
It's okay.
who's going to be?
We have a ticket, believe me.
We lost some city councilors. Councilor Todd, would you duck your head into the empty room and let people know that we're...
It's more than just you.
Yeah, it's more than just you.
Barely.
But I don't want somebody coming back and saying, I didn't hear the list.
Yep, I hear you.
All right, thank you, Mr. LeBrun.
So that you can conclude this meeting, the list of items that have been changed in the general fund is a reduction of vacant positions proposed by, that was voted on, and that was $187,953. You also voted on the bag leaf program to eliminate that for $99,225, and I have another item I want to talk about on that one. The deputy chief position is to defer that one. That was $205,000. And then you added arts, grants for arts, $100,000. And you added $89,175 for the Concord Area Transit. The two items that you added, you funded through Economic Development Reserve. So those pretty much offset. And then when you look at the bag leaf program, that is a solid waste fund item. So what I understood you to want to do is that you would reduce it out of the solid waste fund, but then we would reduce the transfer from the general fund to the solid waste fund, even though it wasn't said. That's what I understood. Is that correct?
You were right on point.
Yes, that is the intent.
Anything smarter than we are.
No doubt.
Could you call my wife and tell her? And then for the capital projects, I have 4 changes. The golf tent floor is removal or moved to 2028. That was $50,000. The golf green roller, that was $35,000, moved to 2028. The fire department, $350,000 for the paving, that was moved to 2028. And then the Broadway intersection improvement, that was a $70,000 increase, and that was to the highway reserve for the funding. That was everything that I had that you made changes on. Is that, everybody agree?
Thank you.
Yes.
May I have a motion to affirm the list of changes that have been read by Mr. LeBrun?
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Ayes have it, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go back now and we'll figure out how to get to 4% in the general fund from the changes that you've already made, plus the guidance that you've provided. And as soon as we're able to bring that back, we'll come back, and then that way you can get into the council meeting and do the public hearing, and then we'll be back as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun.
You include
Did I mishear? Did you include the unassigned fund balance in that?
That's just to get to the 4%.
Okay, all right.
Right? So the increase up to $1.2 million in unassigned fund balance to get to the 4% is what I had understood.
Yes,
That's
correct.
correct. Councilor Todd?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed it also. Did it also include moving CIP 252 to next year?
Yes, the $350,000.
350, okay, thank you, good, thank you.
All right, thank you. That's been a lot of work and a lot of discussion, and I appreciate it. I think that, our community I hope our community realizes how difficult the process this is. I agree with those who said earlier that, we work hard on this and people sometimes don't appreciate it, they appreciate the work we put into it. But maintaining services, keeping the budget low is a difficult task. I appreciate the work that the City Council has put into this. I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. We will, as soon as we pass that motion, we will convene us as the City Council, and we'll open a public hearing. Okay? All those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Finance Committee is adjourned. We'll now meet as the City Council.
Welcome. Welcome.
Welcome, yes, welcome. I'm waiting for the Deputy City Clerk to come up and take on her role.
Are you going to sugar all of us now?
Going to sugar it?
Do you need to do a roll call formally? Do we know everybody who's here?
It's like a graham cracker with key lime like yogurt. Okay, my new obsession.
Yeah. All right.
All right, that's fine.
All right, see, the city clerk shall take the roll.
Councilor Brown. Here. Mayor Champlin.
Here.
Councilor Davy.
Here.
Councilor Fennessy.
Present.
Councilor Foote.
Present.
Councilor Grady Sexton.
Here.
Councilor Horn.
Here.
Councilor Caleb.
Here.
Councilor Keach.
Is somewhere.
I'll come back.
Delayed. He's
I'll
delayed.
come back. Councilor Kretovic. Here. Councilor Kurtz. Councilor Schlosser.
Here.
Councilor Schultz.
Here.
Councilor Sekou.
Here.
And Councilor Todd.
All right, thank you. I will now open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to testify on the proposed budget? Mr. Russell.
Good evening.
I would just like to mention that, so that everybody can have a chance to speak, we're going to have a 2-minute time limit. Anybody who, 2 minutes. Once everyone has spoken, you can come back again.
Charles Russell, Ward 5, Concord. Page 206, TIF districts. TIF district, the income on page 205 was for the projected $564,000. $184,000 of that was moved to the general fund. The bond payment is under $40,000. It's due for 11 more years. And it's so the beginning working capital, $3.2 million. $3.2 million. Why hasn't that money been tapped instead of sitting here and using that and talking about cutting jobs? This is money that's sitting there. You can pay off the bonds, you can close out the district, and you can put $2.8 to $3 million to balance your budget. That TIF district was created 1998. It was to go 20 years, and then there was extra money. Let's buy the extra piece of land. Now we're sitting on this $3.5 million or 3.2 because we're going to build an extension to Storrs Street when they can't figure out when they're going to start in Route 93, where the road is going to be. So we're taking away people's jobs, you're cutting back on all these things, and you're sitting on rainy day funds. You know, it's pouring out, and the citizens of Concord need this umbrella to help keep taxes level. You can level fund it by tapping into this. It's going to make $500,000 next year, which is more than enough to pay off the next 11 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Concord City Council. My name is Jessica Von Martin, and I am the Executive Director of Thrive Survivor Support Center, formerly known as the Crisis Center of Central New Hampshire. I want to start by thanking the Council for your ongoing support of the work that we do and on behalf of the Concord survivors that we serve. As you know, Thrive provides free and confidential services to victims and survivors of domestic and sexual violence all across Merrimack County, including providing resources and support to at least 347 Concord residents in calendar year 2025. That includes providing refuge through our emergency shelter program to 51 Concord survivors who fled from the violence they were struggling with. This adds up to a total of 3,161 total bed nights, an average of 61 nights per survivor paid for, and a total of 4,205 services provided in calendar year 2025 just for Concord residents. Given we are providing critical and life-saving services for pennies on the dollar, I am here to speak in strong support of the proposed fiscal year 27 appropriation of $12,500 for Thrive. This funding helps us meet specific needs of Concord victims and their families and helps to keep the Concord community safer overall. When the City of Concord chooses to invest in critical life-saving support for survivors, it sends a powerful message that victim and public safety is a community priority. These funds help ensure that victims have a safe place to stay when fleeing violence. It helps parents of children who have been abused to get the support they need to better protect their children, and gives Concord schools the skills they need to prevent future violence. Advocates at Thrive are in our office and in our community every day working to ensure that survivors and their children have a safe place to land and get the services they need on what is often the worst day of their lives. So we ask you to consider adopting the appropriation so that we can continue to offer these life-saving services in Concord. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Very good timing. Any questions?
Thank you.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I supported the continued funding of your programs and the others that we do support traditionally. I just want to thank you for the work that you do, because as I look at the sheet that you just handed out, and thank you for that information, the appropriation that we provide says strengthens your ability to provide, and the first bullet item is trauma-informed support and advocacy. Trauma-informed support and advocacy. I just can't imagine putting myself in the shoes of someone who has gone through a violent encounter and then being able to come to you for help and support. I can't imagine the feelings and the emotions that people must have, the thankfulness and the gratefulness for the service that you provide that's so important. Who else would be available to provide that informed support if you weren't there to do that? It's one thing to get certain kinds of support. You need lots of different kinds of support when something like that has happened to you, I can imagine. But your support is very specialized, and it's education-based, and it's experience-based. So I just want to say I will always want to try to continue to support Thrive, and again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martin, it's always good to see you. It was great to be on the board for 9 years, and I apologize that I had to leave because of our bylaws, but that time that I was on the board, what I learned was that it's not uncommon for a board member to receive input from somebody in the community that they themselves are a survivor. And sometimes we don't actually know how to answer that question. What strikes me always, having left, is that number that 1 in 4 are typically survivors. This table is no different, because there are people at this table that have told me or expressed publicly that they are survivors. We are 1 in 4, and that's why I support you. Thank you.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, thank you. I was on the Community Development Committee when we approved $500,000 in HUD funds to purchase the office building. And I was really disappointed over the number of months that the sign on the door says staffing shortages. And I had somebody reach out to me just yesterday to say that they called the number that's on that form on the door, and it says chat discontinued. So they were really discouraged.
Is it our chat, or is it our
They
1-800
went to the
number?
they went to the door, and nobody answered, and then they called the number that's on the sheet on the door that says staffing shortages, and they were told that the web chat is currently inactive. And I also called to reach you and did not receive a call back, and I'm concerned by people who do reach out and don't have that help. I actually had a constituent tell me her daughter had 4 days. She had a newborn and a 1-year-old, and she was in the crisis center and was told, you have 4 days to leave, and that was in winter. So I, really hope that things are changing, because this person reached out to me and said, hey, I see all these banners on Main Street, and this was my experience.
I'm not at liberty to speak about a specific survivor, and certainly that is not something that we want to put out there, but I can tell you, we are serving people 24/7 at our 1-800 number. So it's a 1-866 number, which is also on that sheet, which we are in the process of transitioning our text and web chat. So if you're calling or trying to reach out to that, that is not active currently.
They called that
Okay.
person. So.
Okay. So, but I don't want the narrative to be that we are not here and we are not providing services every single day.
I'm
because we
just
are.
sharing what I.
Follow up?
Thank you. I'm just sharing the experiences that I heard from a constituent and somebody who just was there yesterday.
Council Seco.
I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. I was first introduced to Strive when I attended Sample School. And I will tell you, many immigrant communities that move here that don't have a family or resources or where to go, knowing that there is always somebody there available to support you in private and nobody knows what's happening. Because in many cultures, it's, I don't say a shame, but it's not our culture to go and say that I'm being abused by my husband or being abused by this. But knowing that the service is available there, you can go and share and nobody will know and you'll get the support you need. If you ask me today, what is public safety? This is what I call public safety. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much. And thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you so much.
Deeply appreciate it.
And I apologize for tagging along with Jess. My name is Elise McKay. I'm Thrive's current board chair. So I was hoping to come up at the same time in the hopes that I could support what she's saying. I am also a resident of Ward 6, and I've spent about the last decade working in victim services. So we are deeply, deeply grateful for the city's past support for your time tonight and for your ongoing commitment to Concord survivors. Thrive's work is carried out by an extremely small but dedicated team of staff and volunteers. In 2025, Thrive's full-time and 6 part-time after-hours advocates supported nearly 1,200 survivors and provided over 10,000 services. As Jessica mentioned, more than a third of these services were provided to Concord residents. The statistics that we're sharing tonight reflect real people in our community, our neighbors who are unhoused due to domestic violence or who are struggling to flee a situation in their home due to unaffordable housing costs, rising gas prices, daycare costs, our friends who might need support through a sexual assault forensic exam and support through the entire criminal justice process after, a coworker who might not want to report anything, our family member who's doing their utmost to protect their child from abuse. In a time where the future of state and federal funding feels uncertain and where private donations are decreasing due to the same economic factors affecting our constituency, we are so grateful for Concord's continued support in public safety. We are committed to careful stewardship of every single taxpayer dollar that comes our way. Your $12,500 supports every facet of our response, from that 24/7 hotline to long-term case management. It also sustains our prevention funding, which I wanted to touch on because it was discussed here earlier. That's something that has an extremely high impact on public safety, but it's also something that's facing severe funding cuts on the federal level. Thrive's prevention efforts include age-appropriate education in schools and working with various service providers and law enforcement to help Concord residents recognize warning signs of abuse, the dynamics of what a healthy relationship looks like, and know how to access help. Investing in both prevention and in response creates a safer, stronger Concord, and I really appreciate everything you do. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks so much. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could you
Councilor
say,
Brown.
who are your trainers? Could you just describe who your trainers are or what their background is?
Sure. So we have a prevention education team that's made up of our director of partners and programs. She has spent about, I need to double check her resume, but she spent a number of years at crisis centers throughout the state. I'm not sure about her educational background, but I think Jess could probably answer that better if she was still up here. We also have a prevention educator, and we have a volunteer and outreach coordinator.
Super. Thank you so much. Thank you. Again, thank you for the great work that you do.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Hey, welcome back.
Hello, everybody.
My name is Terry Page. I'm the Transportation Director for the Community Action Program, and I run Concord Area Transit. And first of all, I know I say this pretty regularly to individuals and as part of my grand speech, but sitting here tonight, I really do want to thank every single one of you guys. You do the really hard work up here, and the conversations that happened here tonight and the thought and effort and time that you guys put in is just amazing. And sorry. It's what the community is all about, and it's what municipal service is all about. And you guys are amazing, so thank you for that. I'm very happy to be a part of a team for what goes on here in the city. And I'm also really happy to hear that there's a bunch of you guys that do consider us an economic driver, because I think we are for the city. Driving us, right?
I saw what you did there.
So for the events, we have had the opportunity to have folks go from Concord Coachways, and we take them up to Main Street so they can get to the events on Main Street. I mean, we can be a partner that way more in the future as well, but we are always striving to improve what we do and how we do it. And this bridge that you guys gifted us tonight is something that's going to get us where we need to go and get the city where it needs to go. And I am abundantly grateful for everything that you guys do for us, for support, and for believing in us and the services that we provide. So.
Questions, Councilor Kretovic.
Yes, I have an important community question.
Yes.
We're doing a parade on July 4th. Is it possible to perhaps get a cat bus in our parade?
In the parade? I would love to be in your parade.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank
We'll
you. I
even
appreciate
decorate the bus.
I love it. Great.
Something made you drive. Yeah, something
If
patriotic.
I can't drive it. I can't. I don't have my CDL.
You have to
so
sit
I
on top.
I can
Yes.
Other questions? Councilor Secco.
Could you speak to the 89 that we just voted, what that impact will be?
So it actually helps me meet my budget for fiscal year 27, and it allows me to be able to have security of going out and getting the additional funds that I need, not just for fiscal year 27, but for the years beyond that. The match that this helps us collect allows us to draw down those federal funds that are available through the Federal Transportation Association to run the service. And if we don't have a local match, we can't draw down those federal funds. So the $9 ride quote that you had, Councilor Keach, is a combination of those federal funds, the state funds that we get, and the local funds that we have that go into our entire expenses to run the service. So it's not $9 of Concord City money that's paying for the bus. It's the combination of all those services. And in order to get those larger services dollar amounts from the federal government, we have to have the local match. So we have been working really hard to expand our horizon and get some additional funders onto the table. And this gives me the breathing space to be able to do that. And I'm abundantly grateful for that.
Councilor
Just
Keach.
to follow up.
Oh, follow up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So once you get, and I will use when you get the 89,000 match from federal government, will that increase more routes or what that would do?
It's actually going to stabilize my budget for fiscal year 27. And then we're going to be able to use that as a springboard to be able to get additional funding in, grants, whatever it is, to be able to do the look. We have a whole plan. Some of you saw it when you did the work with us. We want to do a downtown circulator that runs a bus that's every 30 minutes downtown. We have some changes we want to make down in the Pennacook area. So we have the plans. We've got it ready to go. We just need the funding to make it happen. And I can't do it in fiscal year 27, but it gives me the springboard to get there for future work.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to follow up on what the city manager mentioned earlier about the downshifting, both on the state and federal level, can you just speak to your experience within your organization, how that it's impacted you, and just how real that is, and how at the end of the day you're left at city council asking for money?
Yes. A direct impact to all of these funding concerns, my staff hasn't had a pay increase for 3 years. And my staff are what runs the buses. It's not me sitting up on my horse staying here till 10 o'clock at night talking to you guys. It's my drivers. And, you know, they have, to be honest, they don't have the great pay to begin with. And they're the ones that are getting hit with increased gas prices, and all the stuff you guys already know. So having this kind of downshifting, we didn't lose all of our state funding. They cut us a significant amount. We lost $30,000 probably, somewhere around there.
32, I think.
32, yeah. Not bad for 10 o'clock at night. So those are the impacts that happen when you go from year to year to year to year, just barely making your budget or trying to make your budget. Things like pay increases aren't in the picture. And that's, for me, the most major impact that I have. And my buses are getting old. I got, 3 buses that are 3 of them are 2015s and one is a 2019, and they have 250,000 miles on them. I got to replace those buses really soon. So those are the things that are on the horizon that I need to work on now to be able to get those replaced in a timely way so everybody is safe. Because the maintenance cost on old buses is a whole lot more than the maintenance cost on new buses. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thanks for your work.
Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you've heard the discussion, I think, that happened at the Finance Committee meeting here tonight. I think it's safe to say when we're talking about matches that as you go out into the community and the business community and others and you try to generate those dollars, that I think it's safe to provide them the message that, well, the council gave us this appropriation this year, but nothing is guaranteed.
Right.
And certainly we all, I think, as a group, recognize that next year's finances could be an entirely different picture, even much worse than what we're facing this year. So I think, in other words, kind of is what we were talking about the state, kind of just, well, no, you guys handle it, I think that there aren't any guarantees, and you could continue to move that message forward to kind of encourage those businesses and others that rely on the service and that certainly do benefit a lot from it to donate as well.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any others?
Thank you, guys. And again,
Don't
I
leave
am
yet.
in awe. Sorry.
Don't leave yet. Well, I'm in awe. I'm in awe of what you do. But I just want to underscore what Councilor Todd said in our discussion. I see this as bridge money for you, and that's what I'm hearing you say, the additional $80-some-odd thousand. But it certainly affirms this council's belief in the value of public transportation, and certainly from doing the ride along or the survey rides
Yes,
that I did.
you were one of my survey takers.
I was there at 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah. Me too, yeah.
But really, thank you for the service that you provide to the community. Would you also, if you can, call me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? I have an 8:30 meeting. I'd like to talk to you before it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I can do that.
Thank you very much. All right.
I hope I have your number, but yes, I can do that.
I think
It's a matter of public record now.
Yeah, it's a matter
on
of
the
public
website.
record. All right. I'm sorry.
one-
Go ahead, Councilor Davey.
Does the volunteer work that you just had done for the study, does that count towards some kind of match?
So it can potentially, but it's very convoluted. So
Okay.
FTA doesn't really make anything easy. So you have to declare 2 years in advance when you start your budget. Our budget is every 2 years for the Federal Transportation Association. So you have to declare before you start your 2-year cycle, you're going to use in-kind match. And it actually only allows you to draw down like 20% of what you typically would be able to draw down if you had the cash match. So cash match is always best. You can use in-kind if you declare it ahead of time and are willing to take less in your budget, basically. But great thought. I think of all those things, yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you. I feel like we're just killing time until the staff gets back. Which, speaking of staff, my name is Kara Meeker. I am a Ward 7 resident, friend to many at this table, colleague and Concord School Board member. I do not represent the board's position on anything tonight, but I did want to offer my perspective as a school board member, having been on your side of the table, having to make tough decisions, and facing a lot of divisive comments on social media leading up to important decisions, how hard that can be. And so to feel valued at this table is especially important. And so I just want to tell you that I value you. I fully understand that the decisions of the Concord School Board may have added to some of the weightiness of the decisions that you needed to make tonight. At the same time, we are all one community dealing with very similar challenges around rising costs, unfunded mandates, and trickle-down costs that we have to make up for. Our kids gotta eat, right? So we have to make up budgets. Our medically fragile children need and deserve an education, so we fund that. So I just want to say thank you for the work, and I feel like we are partners in this. I look forward to more work being done on Memorial Field, and seeing what that can be, what the vision of that is in the future. And I also really, really want to take a minute to thank your staff. When you have a staff that can remember page numbers of a budget book with on-the-fly questions, you are very lucky. And I think that some of the misunderstandings in the community about spending, it's like you're spending too much, your staff's not doing a good job, right? Or there's got to be fraud somewhere. And I think that exercises like tonight is a really great way to show how diligent and careful and smart this staff is. And as a citizen, I also very much appreciate them. So that's really all I wanted to say. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Thank you
questions?
for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
for your work. Yeah, you got it.
Would anyone else like to testify? Saw a hand, but I think somebody was scratching their face. I'm
Stun's
sorry.
got his hand up.
Mr. Cantor?
Hello, hello, hello. 2 minutes, huh? I normally don't have brevity, but I'll do my best. A minute and a half.
I'll give you two minutes and 30 seconds.
Perfect. Thank you,
He's
Justin
only the vice
Cantor,
president now.
Vice President now of Concord Firefighters Union.
They demoted you.
I'm slowly getting demoted and phased out, probably for good cause. First off, thank you for the diligence. I don't think that we have a lot of folks watching tonight. I will speak on behalf that I think there's probably an immense feeling of gratefulness to see that there's been a commitment to public safety. So that can't be underscored enough. But still, I wanted to come up and talk tonight because we hear a lot from the community. Thankfully. So what can we do for you? We want to support the fire department. I know that's been a similar sentiment that I have heard from counselors over the years, that they never really hear balk from the community when it comes to supporting the fire department. And where are we now? In the back of the budget, you have PCR 1032-01, which is to reestablish Engine 1. Most of you know it's something that we lost back in '92, regained in 2003, lost again in 2008, 2009. Where are we today? We have the busiest fire engines and ambulances in the state. We're not amongst the busiest. We are the busiest. And that comes at a toll. There are some things that don't know boundaries, and that's the demand of services in this community. And everyone speaks so highly, and we're proud of that. We try to deliver. We have great people in our organization. You have hired, you have supported, and we continue to develop great people. But it will always need, unfortunately, continued improvement and growth. We're coming up on 20 years. The fire chief's plan to reinstate, and I know this is a difficult conversation to have when we are talking about cutbacks. But I've never been one to shy away still from a hard conversation, because we have to have awareness of the demand will continue to rise in this community for our services. We can't hide that. There's continued growth in this community. You know how many projects you push forward. We know the demand for housing. It's further impeding on our ability to deliver a great product. So I won't go in great length, but just please do what you can to consider It's still, if we follow the plan in front of you, it's 4 years from seeing that resource. So it's not like we're asking for something that will provide us a benefit tomorrow. It's going to take a continued investment, and we know that there's no right time to talk about adding staff. And it only gets more expensive in time. But please consider it. We're here to continue to answer the bell. We're still going to show up with a smile. And if you need more exposure and understanding to what we do, please come do a ride along. I know we had an impromptu with you.
It was exciting.
And you ended up being late to your next destination because we went from call to call to call.
True.
That is our world. So if you want to hear more or beyond just the numbers that get shared with you, come ride with us and gain the experience so we can continue to serve and be proud of the services that are offered in this community. Thank you.
Yeah, let me say, I deeply appreciate the work that the men and women of Local 1045 and all of our unions do. And it's been especially a pleasure, as you know, working with you when you were president of the union. On the other hand, I'm compelled to say that I hope one of the takeaways from tonight is that the taxpayers are stressed and our highest expense is personnel. And, you know, when we, as has been said at this table, when we made a very strategic decision to sign the contracts with the unions and make some changes in order to recruit more qualified people, to be more attractive and to retain people, those of us who voted around the table for that did it understanding that there would be an impact, and we've seen that impact tonight. So I hope that the unions take that message back, that we're dealing with challenges as well, and we look forward to partnering with the unions. I know you're just one, but that you know, moving forward, we're going to have to even more work together so that we provide the services that the people of Concord, citizens of Concord need, but also we do it in a cost-effective way that allows people to live and prosper here. So thank you. Councilor Kretovic.
Thank you. I appreciate all you do and for everything with regards to public service. There's some certain indicators that I think I noticed in the budget that do not go unnoticed by anybody, which is where 40% of the time you're going to have to wait 5 minutes for someone to show up. That is a regression in our call times, in our response times that we've had in the past. I think every single one of us here at the table is acutely aware of this. I also think that we have made a commitment in this council and to this community that we were going to make economic development our #1 priority, that we committed that we will be the easiest city to do business in. But with that comes growth, and with growth comes expanded services, just like you were talking about. So I believe that the commitment is at the table, and while, as the mayor was saying, it might not be this year, I think every single one of us knows our marching orders, and we're trying to get that support that you need.
Yeah, no, for sure. If I may, I think it's good to remember why we're all here and why it matters. In the last 2 years, I'm just going to share 4 names. Alexis, and I'll probably not enunciate this correctly. Alexis Palmacy, Darlene Phillips, Ronald Fowler, Alan Thorgerson. I don't know if those names ring a bell to you, but those are the individuals that we've lost in this community at fatal fires. And there was a common theme at each one of those fires, that the initial operations were resource limited. So beyond thanks, I know, I mean, I have my name on some of those contracts that we have signed, and I have worked with you. And there's a lot of pressures that led to why do we have to respond to that with the recruitment and whatnot. Can't say enough thanks about that, but it's still, at the end of the day, it's going to be people in the seats that will be able to make an impact, so we don't have to listen to these names and we can honor those legacies of those that we have lost.
Councilor Fennessy.
I'm good.
Okay. Councilor Todd.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief, but I do want to thank you for your continued work and for continuing to remind us about what's to come and what the future needs are. I think that's always important. Certainly when we talk about Engine 1, that really hits home for me. Trying to represent the folks in Pennacook and recognizing that when Engine 5 is out on call or busy elsewhere and we need to call in an engine from another department besides Manor, If we had Engine 1 at Central Station, we would be dramatically reducing the response times to Pennacook. So I'm certainly going to be looking forward to trying to support this moving forward as best I can, and also to recognize and would appreciate your work and the work of Mr. Gill, of course, certainly moving forward, to note and remind us and help us with proper planning for staffing on that, because in addition to the cost of Engine 1, there's the cost of the staff that we're going to require to man Engine 1. And I can imagine that without proper planning, all those costs hitting us at once would be a skyrocketed expense that I don't really want to see us have to approach. I want to do it in a way where we can have a more smoother incline toward those additional expenses and costs going forward. So I'm looking at it that way also. But again, just thank you very much for all the work you've been doing. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cantor.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you, guys. Hopefully, you're not here till midnight.
Thank you.
I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic.
We were given 10 minutes.
Would anyone else like to testify? So I thought I saw a hand. Everybody good? Wow. Mr. Washburn, I was waiting for you.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody.
That's all right. Welcome.
Thank you. Robert Washburn, Ward 8, an endangered species. I'm a condominium owner, because I'm going to get clobbered to hell come August. Not happy with that. And looking over the opportunity corner, if you were to terminate that today, you would cut the budget by 6%. That's the revenue it would produce. There's no earthly reason to continue it. None. When the state gave its showtime last year, 2038 was the estimated completion date of 93, pending financing. There is no financing. There is no way to get additional financing. So now you're looking at a completion date of 93, sometime in 2040 or 2050, maybe. 66% of the tax revenue is passing through to the taxing authorities. The remainder should pass through today, which means 100% benefit to the taxpayers they finally receive. But they keep talking the Storrs Street extension. I support that extension, but there's no reason to delay termination of this situation. Tonight is like Groundhog's Day in Concord, because it's always the same budget debate that takes place. You nibble around the edges of the budget, but you never get to the killing point. My suggestion is you get the budget February 1st. That way you have the opportunity to go into it and at your leisure find out what's really in it. Also, you charge the Finance Committee with looking at ways to cut the budget during the calendar year. They can always come back and make recommendations to you by majority vote to make a cut. But also have the time to get into the details and recognize if a cut is worthy of pursuing. Our sewer and water people are suffering right now because of the rate increases. You approved a $25 million bond to cover sewer extensions for the repurpose of the mall. The ratepayers don't benefit from that. The mall people contributed nothing for it. Over 2 years ago, Councilor Foote recommended we look at impact fees that we used to have. Nothing's happened. Where are the impact fees? If we were charging impact fees, it would lessen the burden on both property taxpayers and ratepayers. So why hasn't the administration come up with the ordinances necessary to make the change? We had them. We should look at updating them. Hasn't happened. Should happen. You should demand it. Because we're getting a double-edged hit here between the taxpayer and the ratepayer. And it's the existing residents that are really taking it in the shorts. and there's a limit to how much we can take. I commend you for your efforts you put in, but I think there's a better way to utilize your time. And by getting that budget earlier, you would have the time to get in, ask the questions you need to ask, get the level of depth of understanding you need to get, and we wouldn't have a marathon event like we're having every year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Any questions for Mr. Washburn? Councilor Todd.
Thank you. I'm going to have to ask this as a would you believe, Mr. Washburn, would you believe that we actually do have an impact fee committee? And we are currently looking at just what you talked about. What should the impact fees be like? What changes should be made to percentages and that kind of thing? So that committee's work is going to continue, I think, sometime this month. And we may actually, as soon as sometime this month, come up with recommendations that would then be brought forward to council. So be very much interested in hearing whatever your comments are once we have those recommendations put forth.
I knew your committee existed, but my question, my real concern here is, why is it taking so long? You know, you had the ordinances, staff would be there to update them, and it's over 2 years. But I do appreciate the fact that we're getting some kind of result next month.
Councilor Todd.
Yes, thank you. If I may, I could just answer that. It's actually, once you start to look at it, it's actually a very much more complicated
I understand the
process
complication.
than you can imagine. And we actually only started the committee, several months ago. I can't remember exactly when we first met, but so it's been a very involved process. But I think also it's important for us to take a little bit of extra time at the committee level to make a proper recommendation to council. And to really hear from all various stakeholders that would be interested in providing an opinion. So that's what we've attempted to do in the committee.
I'm encouraged.
Good.
Councilor Keach.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Washburn. For the benefit of the newer councilors around the table, he is an alum of this elite club some years ago, so he comes at this with some experience and wisdom, so thank you for that.
I've got the scars to prove it.
Just look at him. But my question is, in terms of the TIF districts, I understand your position that you think this one's been allowed to go on for much too long. In principle, do you think they do have a value initially in terms of development in the community?
I think they do, as long as they don't keep expanding it. State law allows you to expand a TIF district after a certain period of time.
Sorry to interject. Expanding the physical district or,
Yes.
or the timeline?
No, the district.
Okay.
There is no restriction, as I understand it, on the timeline. And the timeline is really determined by the length of the bond issue. And to defease the bonds at this point, what's $500 million, I believe, is the total indebtedness. So you take care of the bond issue, you're still left with over $3 million. And in my view, it would be better spent applying that $3 million towards the current tax situation to lessen the burden.
Understood.
But I still believe in the theory of TIF districts. You invest in the infrastructure, you ultimately get a benefit. But you have to be careful as to what that benefit really is. I've seen some TIF districts that...
they can turn into cash cows.
Yes.
Councilor Brown.
Yes, Mr. Washburn, would you share a little bit of your background? Do you have a financial background?
I'm a CPA in remission. I had a former investment advisory practice. At one time, I was the controller for the New Hampshire Finance Authority. I worked for the state for a couple of years in the Crime Commission. I've had an interesting background.
Thank you.
I have the service and hash marks to prove it.
Appreciate it.
Councilor Secretary.
I just want to say thank you for taking this late night time to come and testify and for the education things that you just provided. And I didn't know he was a counselor previously, so.
It was a 10-year period. It was interesting.
So thank you for your service as well.
Thank you, Mr. Washburn. Appreciate
Thanks
it.
for coming in.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Going once, going twice. Very well, we'll be in recess until staff returns. going to reconvene this meeting of the Concord City Council. I will entertain a motion to suspend the rules to meet after 11 p.m.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. All right, Mr. City Manager.
Mr. LeBrun will start off. All right, so you have two packets in front of you. The first one with the kind of grayish writing is the capital. This sheet on the front page actually gives you the details of the changes that were made for the capital, the fire station improvements, the $350,000 reduction, this intersection safety improvements, the addition of $70,000, the golf course clubhouse and maintenance buildings reduction, $50,000, and then the golf course equipment reduction of $35,000. That is what is included in this packet, and then we've changed the resolutions to reflect that. We changed the bonding amount to $17,583,600, and that is the number that we need the 2/3 vote of the City Council in order to adopt for the rest of the capital projects in the city. So that's for the first packet. Any questions on that packet? Questions? Then the second packet is the one with the green. And this provides for all of the details that we discussed before we went over to make the changes. The first few lines, the freezing of the positions, that was the multiple positions that was originally discussed. The transfer out to solid waste fund is a reduction, and then the solid waste fund is actually reduced in the resolution here. The deputy police chief position is included here. The use of fund balance, instead of using up to $1.2 million, the manager decided to use $175,000 additional, so it brought it to $1,025,000, so less than what you authorized. And he had a list of reductions that he included here that he'll talk about in just a moment. And then the other couple of things that you had discussed, the grants for events, and including the change for the transfer in from the Economic Development Reserve, and then the CAP funding and the transfer in from the Economic Development Reserve, and then the rest of the expenses that he reduced in order to get the budget to, you had said 4%, and basically this, if you look at the second page of this, it basically says resolutions on the top part. If you just go down on the far right column under the 2027 heading, about 2/3 of the way down, you'll see the percentage change. The actual percentage change is 3.93% as opposed to 4%, so you got under that 4% mark. It's a 40-cent increase, so that brings the tax rate, proposed tax rate, to $10.58. So I'll turn it over to the city manager to talk about the reductions that he actually we're proposing here.
Thank you, Mr. LeBrun.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ready? Yeah, ready to go.
So I'll start halfway down that green sheet, starting at where it says city manager, because all the other reductions are the reductions that you already made. City manager, the UNH sustainability position, $4,000, that's money we give to UNH. Human resources, the $3,900, we can get those dollars from Harvard, our firm that we work with for our health insurance. MuniSmart expense is a reduction in finance. Remember we're going to the cloud, and we think we can do without those dollars. City Council, you have an item for ICLEI expense, talking to our energy folks. They don't need that $1,200. They could do without it for this year. Staffing efficiency up in human resources, so this is HR. We have a reduction because we have some changes there in staffing, so there's $41,866 there. Library, as you know, there's a program called Hoopla, and that's something where people can get audiobooks online. We would cut that out. It's a service, but it's something we would cut. That would no longer be a service available to folks. Park and Recreation, there is several years back, you had asked me to put together a preservation team to work on headstones and in the cemeteries. So this cuts that by about half. So we won't have as many folks in the cemeteries repairing headstones this year, but we'll still have some. Referral bonuses, as you know, we had a program for when we were hiring.
and had difficulties finding employees, particularly for public safety. We've essentially solved that problem now, so we don't need that $25,000 anymore. Assessing has a seminar, which they're willing to live without, for $3,000. IT has unscheduled upgrades. So if somebody wants to have a certain software installed that hasn't been planned on as part of the program, we find that as an overtime cost associated with that. We're not going to be doing those types of installations on overtime, or we'll just have to make do with what we got. And downtown hand shoveling, it's monies that related to when we do clearing for downtown, when we do snow removal, we hire folks to do, and sometimes use overtime, to do hand shoveling around all the apertures downtown. We won't be doing that. So you'll have a little more snow on the grounds downtown. Again, if it snows, you'll notice it. If it doesn't snow, you'll never notice it. And that gets us to the number that you wanted to get to.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilor Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor, and given the late hour, I'm hoping that we have a 3.93% increase, and so what would be then the proposed dollar amount increase on a property valued at $400,000?
Didn't do it, we'll get 1 second.
We'll do it, we'll get it.
All right, Councilor Horn.
Thank you.
Is the UNH sustainability the intern that was going to count the tree cover?
Not that is that what they were going to work on? I wasn't aware they were going to.
That was, I know we're
No,
having someone from Conservation Commission.
This is, remember, we've had folks come and do an analysis on
It is that one.
energy audit and carbon footprint and whatnot. So so we wouldn't do that anymore.
Mr. LeBrun.
The change on a $400,000 house now is $163 versus $224.
For the year, for a year.
For the year.
For the year, yes.
All right. Any other questions? Councilor Foot.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we're at 3.93% increase, and if we didn't use the unassigned fund balance, what is the actual spending increase?
Do you want to take a break? I would have to go back and take a look.
Can we have the staff provide that information?
Sure.
Separately at a later date?
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Councilor Sandhu.
I just want to say thank you for a great work, because I was very, joining, saying that if we use all the money that we said go use, then where is the cut? But yes, and
I understood.
We just did it, but you are an expert. You know what to do. 100,000. I mean,
okay.
Because if we,
Excellent. I concur. Excellent job by staff. Thank you. We put you guys through the hoops, your paces today. And thank you, Mr. City Manager. I'm going to move us to the public hearing action phase. Madam City Clerk, item 5.
Resolution fixing and determining the amount of money to be appropriated by the City of Concord for the fiscal year 2027, ending June 30th, 2027, for the general fund, special revenue funds, enterprise funds, debt service funds, and de minimis accounts.
Could I have a resolution to approve the revised resolution?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ayes have it. Madam City Clerk, item number 6.
Resolution repurposing capital project funds for use in the fiscal year 2027 capital improvements program and annual closeout of capital projects, together with a report from the Director, Office of Management and Budget.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. Ayes have it. Madam City Clerk, item number 7.
Resolution appropriating for fiscal year 2027, July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027, the sum of $22,026,600 for capital projects, authorizing the issuance of bonds and notes in the sum of $18,018,600, accepting the sum of $950,000 in capital transfers and authorizing the use of $3,058,000 in reserve funds for various capital projects more specifically identified in the budget document.
Move approval.
A motion to approve the, the revised resolution, yes?
Move approval.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes by the required two-thirds majority. Madam City Clerk, item number 8.
Ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Title I, General Code, Chapter 1, Government Organization, Article 1 through 5, Fees, Fines, and Penalties, Schedule 1 by amending Chapter 9, Water, Section 9-1-6, Water Use Rates, Section 9-1-8, Water Fixed Charges, Section 9-3-8, Sewer Use Rates, and Section 9-3-8A, Sewer Fixed Charges.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Ayes have it. All right, thank you. That's our fiscal 2027 budget. Does anybody have the energy to want to make comments?
No.
All right. I want to thank the staff for all the work on this budget.
Thank you.
Hang on, yeah. And I think we have an answer from Mr. LeBron.
Just to close the loop on Councilor Foot's question, if the amount of additional use of fund balance had been used, the tax increase would have been 4.27%.
What's that percentage increase? We're at 3.93.
3.93.
And so if you didn't use that, what would, may I? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
4.27.
So, okay.
So if we wouldn't have used the additional 175, the increase would have been higher at 4.27% increase. Is that what you were asking?
So we increased the amount of the unassigned fund balance, but we were already planned on using 850.
Yeah.
So now we're over a
We are
million.
adding more.
So if we didn't use, the total amount is what I'm saying. I don't need it tonight. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, all right.
I would move to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn, second?
Aye.
Aye.